Well, I've been here for 15 years, and I feel that, what energizes me every day is that I get to wake up every morning knowing that, I can make a difference in somebody's life. I think T-Tech has created that environment for me and that culture that's not just a poster on the wall. You feel and see people every day living the values, and as a woman, as a leader, you have an opportunity to serve. You have the tools available to you to be better at what you do each and every day, so you can be a channel to make somebody else successful. And I think that's a competitive advantage for us, that you can be exactly who you are, but you're also part of something bigger than yourself. And if that's not something that would make you stay in a company, then I don't know what else will. Reach for amazing at T-Tech.
Welcome to the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, the country's first Polytechnic U. PUP is a state-run university governed by Republic Act 8292, known as the Higher Education Modernization Act of 1997, and its implementing rules and regulations contained in the Commission on Higher Education Memorandum Circular No. 4, Series of 1997. It is home to more than 70,000 students, making it the largest state university in the Philippines in terms of student population. It is the university's commitment to give qualified and talented students access to quality and responsive education to aid them in the achievement of their dreams and the improvement of their lives. True to its commitment of making education accessible to all, the university has strategically established campuses and branches all over Luzon. PUP boasts of its roster of 1,483 full-time and part-time faculty members and 707 administrative employees. The faculty and employees perform the collective goal of training, servicing, and supporting the university's stakeholders. From its humble beginnings in 1904, PUP was originally established as the Manila Business School, primarily for the training of personnel for government service and to provide skills needed for private employment. 4 years later, the Manila Business School was renamed Philippine School of Commerce, or PSC, and merged with the Philippine Normal School from 1933 to 1946. Through the virtue of Republic Act 778, PSC was renamed the Philippine College of Commerce or PCC in 1952. In April 1, 1978, PCC was converted into a chartered state university now known as the Polytechnic University of the Philippines by virtue of Presidential Decree Number 1341 issued by the President of the Republic of the Philippines. PUP truly has come a long way from a business school to a premier polytechnic university, the very first in the country. Every year, around 50,000 graduating high school students, mostly from economically challenged families, take the Polytechnic University of the Philippines College Entrance Test or PUP set and hope to become one of the 10,000 who will be given a chance to be new PUPians. At present, the university offers more than 80 programs in the graduate and undergraduate levels with its strategic direction of making the colleges vertically articulated. Graduate School, College of Accountancy and Finance, College of Arts and Letters, College of Architecture and Fine Arts, College of Business Administration, College of Communication, College of Computer and Information Sciences, College of Education, College of Engineering, College of Law, College of Political Science and Public Administration, College of Social Sciences and Development, College of Science, College of Tourism, Hospitality and Transportation Management, College of Human Kinetics, Institute of Technology. PUP further strengthens its open university system through expanded tertiary education equivalency and accreditation program and the non-traditional system program. It caters to borderless educational system that aims to reach many learners as possible. For more than a century of existence, countless outstanding achievements have raised PUP to the level of a national comprehensive university. With the vision to transform the university into an epistemic community, PUP subscribes to the idea that a university should have an extensive research and extension development culture. Proof to this are numerous research undertakings of the university. Each year, PUP surpasses national passing rate in licensure examinations and ranks among the top in different academic disciplines. Has also institutionalized academic exchange and international cooperation with various countries all over the world through its Office of International Affairs. Today, PUP is relishing its successes and its students are enjoying unprecedented academic opportunities, an enhanced campus environment, upgraded colleges, state-of-the-art technology, and nationally and internationally recognized programs. It has gone far from what it was more than a century ago. This is mainly due to the support given by the government, the PUP community, and its benefactors. With the combined efforts, PUP will continue to be a partner in nation building and in poverty alleviation for the marginalized sector of the society with quality, responsive, and relevant education as a tool. PUP, the country's first polytechnic youth.
Allow me to share with you my vision for the university. I envision PUP to become the pioneering and leading national polytechnic university in the 21st century. With a national polytechnic university status, it will bring more opportunities for the university to further strengthen its academic programs and improve organizational performance as an institution for higher education. In pursuit for this vision, my mission for PUP is for it to recognize its catalytic role for national development. PUP will ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities through a re-engineered polytechnic education. By re-engineering, we look into the existing processes and programs in order to achieve higher quality of academic programs and services following the principles of effectiveness and efficiency. With this mission in mind, I have formulated 10 pillars as my reform agenda for the university. Pillar 1. Dynamic, transformational, and responsible leadership. Empower academic and administrative leaders by following the core principles of good governance to create collective growth and unity. Here I would like to highlight an innovation by introducing the development of an integrity management plan to assess, plan, and implement anti-corruption strategies that will secure the institution against corruption and abuse. Likewise, asset management and resource generation will be aggressively pursued to ensure productivity and finance the implementation of the plans and projects for the university. Pillar 2. Responsive and innovative curricula and instruction. We aim to provide world-class polytechnic education that responds to national and global needs by developing intellectually challenging curricula and design academic programs that are based on industry demands to provide the learners with adequate and relevant competencies and skills and prepare them for a successful and rewarding careers. In a rapidly changing world, we recognize the paradigm shift in curriculum to outcome-based education with lifelong learning approach. Pillar 2 also sits on the framework of internationalization of Philippine higher education through transnational education by promoting academic mobility among faculty and students and global dimension into the curricula and teaching process. Pillar 3. Enabling and productive learning environment. Following education in Industry 4.0, we aim to increase and enhance the use of new technology to enable student learning and engagement, as well as advanced teaching process and methodology through new and state-of-the-art facilities that will support the overall learning and teaching experience in the university. Pillar 3 likewise includes campus development and the provision of conducive learning centers and facilities for students and faculty. Pillar 4, holistic student development and engagement. We will empower students as well as rounded learners and active young leaders as we open opportunities for various academic mobility and venues for honing skills and personal development, being the principal stakeholder of the university. Recognize academic freedom as a form of self-expression and a platform to showcase students' intellect, skills, and creativity. Pillar 5, empowered faculty members and employees. Likewise, we are looking into the holistic development of our faculty and employees as productive, competent, and experts in their respective fields. We will encourage our faculty roster through formal education, capacity building, research and extension initiatives, faculty immersion, and other academic engagements, both local and abroad. We will ensure that both our faculty and employees will have a vibrant career development path as public servants in this state university. Pillar 6, vigorous research production and utilization. We will continue to strengthen the research culture in the university by promoting discovery and innovation through increasing disciplinary and collaborative research integration across academic disciplines to create new knowledge, utilize research findings, and develop innovative products. Pillar 7, global academic standards and excellence. Achieve the highest levels of recognition in quality and compliance standards from CHED, AACUP, and other international accrediting and regulatory bodies for higher education. We will intensify our efforts to achieve and sustain better academic performance and continue to excel as a top-performing school in various professional examinations and produce board top-notchers as well as sustain our status of being the most preferred graduates of employers. Likewise, we aim to establish and to be recognized as centers of development and excellence in our academic programs. Pillar 8, synergistic, productive strategic networks and partnerships. Synergize and forge strategic linkages and partnerships across all sectors of society and the global community in line with the overall plans and programs of the university. Establish alliance with the government, industry sector, NGOs, and the academe will lead to resource sharing, program support, and research collaborations beneficial for all. Pillar 9, active and sustained stakeholders engagement. Harness a healthy and harmonious organization by empowering all its stakeholders, both internal and external, through open communication networks, consultative and participative undertakings, and team-building activities, recognizing that all stakeholders can greatly contribute towards the betterment of the university. Pillar 10, sustainable social development programs and projects. Expand access to education, knowledge building, and information dissemination through sharing of expertise and resources for community development. Support inclusivity approach in education by embarking on Education on Wheels, which aims to bring access to education closer to communities, following the principle of no one will be left behind. As the University of the People, we should bring the university closer to their hearts to serve their needs and extend assistance in mainstreaming public service. Our institution must continue to stand as one for the values that we have inculcated. For the past 115 years, we have exemplified our quest for truth, excellence, equity, relevance, effectiveness, integrity, and academic freedom. Lastly, I call upon each and everyone to join me in this journey. Together we stand as one para sa sintang paaralan, para sa ating bayan.
Uy! Nandito na pala sila! Hi guys! Magandang araw mga schoolmates! Nandito na muli ang lahat ng dapat yung malaman tungkol sa pamantasan. Ako si Zelo.
Lahat ng in, lahat ng hit, lahat ng trendy. Ako naman si Mary Rose.
At ito ang inyong online tambayan. Ako naman si LA at ito ang PUP TV! Pinakausapan sa pamantasan! Guys, wala ba kayong napapansin? Wala si Kesa! Ano? Pero bukod doon, hindi nyo ba nararamdaman na per months na? Ano? At ilang tulog na lang, malapit na magpasko, di ba? Tama!
At ipagdiriwang na natin ngayong October ang anniversary ng ating sintang paaralan.
Tama! Pero alam niyo ba kung kailan eksaktong ipinagdiriwang ang founding anniversary ng ating sintang paaralan? Ngayong first week of October.
Sabi ko na sa iyo eh. Talaga namang nakaka-proud ang maging isang PUP yan, di ba?
Oo naman, kasi bukod sa tayo ang may pinakamababang tuition fee dito sa buong Pilipinas, tayo din ang kauna-unahang Polytechnic University sa buong bansa.
Eh teka lang, ilang taon na nga ba ang PUP?
Ay, alam mo makikita yan sa logo natin eh. Di ba nakalagay doon? PUP 1904. So kung 2013 na ngayon at 1904 tinatagang PUP, 109th founding anniversary ng ating sintang paaralan. Oo nga, at speaking of logo, alam niyo ba kung ano ang kwento at kasaysayan kung paano na po ang kulay Golden Star at ang kulay maroon sa paligid nito? Paano nga ba? Pwes yan ang ating alamin dito sa ating episode ng PUP logo dito sa Anghit. Alam niyo ba na ang logo ay ginagamit bilang pagkakilala ng isang establishmento, gusali, paaralan o anumang samahan? Ang bawat logo ay may kanya-kanyang kahulugan at simbolo. Pero ano nga ba ang simbolo sa likod ng logo ng ating sintang paaralan? Sabay-sabay natin alamin ang kahulugan at kwento sa likod ng ating logo dito sa Anghit featuring PUP logo.
Hindi ko pa alam.
Ano ba yung logo?
Nakalimutan ko eh.
Sinisimbolo yung PUP.
May simbolo sa katatagan ng ating universidad. Excellence.
Excellent yung PUP. Parang yung symbol yun ng ano, yun sa humanity.
Yung bilog daw, infinite wisdom. Star stands for the perfection of human person as well as the search for truth. PUP logo, yun yung dream namin. Kailangan namin maabot, mag-graduate namin dito.
Dates back to the conceptualization of this logo, simplified adoption from Leonardo da Vinci's famous drawing, the proportions of the human figure. At that time, I was the executive assistant of Dr. Nemesio Isla. He was the one who conceptualized it.
Ang hugis bituin ng ating logo ay isinunod mula sa tanyag na likha ni Leonardo da Vinci na The Proportions of Human Figure o mas kilala sa tawag na Vitruvian Man. Ang katawagang Vitruvian ay hinango mula kay Vitruvius, isang arkitektong Romano noong 100 AD.
In our logo, the golden section is, of course, the center of the 5 concentric circles, zeroing in on the midpoint of the PUP star logo.
Ang tinatawag na golden section sa between ng ating logo ay siyang sentro ng 5 bilog. Ang 5 bilog na ito ang tinatawag na 5 concentric circles na nangangahulugan ng integrity, ingenuity, industry, intelligence, at internationalism ng PUP bilang isang pamantasan.
This logo serves as a constant reminder to all future generations in the community of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines that from the ancient times, the flowering of ideas from the golden section stimulates proportionate economy, social justice, truth, and beauty. The Polytechnic University of the Philippines star logo becomes a symbol of light for the entire nation.
Ang galing! Yung pala yun!
Ito ka pa naman, Jello. Hindi ako nakikinig eh.
Baka naman nakalimutan ko lang.
Wait lang guys. Maiba naman tayo. Hindi nyo ba alam na ang PUP, hindi rin tayo pauhuli sa mga successful graduates natin?
Oo naman!
At pinatunayan yan ng ating dalawang ka-scholar ng bayan na kung saan nag-top lang naman sila sa Nutritionist Dietitian Licensure Exam 2013.
Wow!
Tara, panoorin natin ito, ang kanilang kwento sa PUP yan!
So, ako pala si Julius Cesar A. Bactan. So, I'm 20 years old and I took up BS Nutrition and Dietetics dito sa PUP. Ako si Giancarlo R. Murillo. I graduated as cum laude with GPA of 1.56. And 21 years old na ako, I have my license number. Proud R&D, proud PUP. Ako kasi even start pa lang, nagkaroon na ako ng goals. So, sinabi ko sa sarili ko, pagpasok ko sa PUP, kailangan makakuha ko ng Latin Honor from the university. Kailangan maging top notcher ako ng board exam namin. So, start pa lang kailangan may goal setting ka na. Nag-set na ako ng goal na magkaroon ng laude at saka magkaroon ng top sa board exam. So, yun ang naging goal ko. 2 days after malabas yung result, naghanap na talaga ako ng work. So, experience ko talaga is napakahirap. Kahit sabihin mo ng top notcher ka, naging cum laude ka, hindi pa rin ganun kadali pumasok sa tunay na mundo. Nag-apply na ako sa isang agency dito sa Pilipinas, pero itatry ko pa rin na pumasok sa mga food company. Alam naman natin, bilang isang PUPian, tayo pinanganak na kulang sa pinansyal na kapasidad. So, ang meron lang tayo is utak. So, utak ang puhunan natin. Ang pagiging isang top notcher ay simula pa lang yan ng buhay. So, ang tunay talaga is nagsisimula talaga yan after ng college natin. So, ngayon pa lang, kapwa ko PUP yan, mag-aral tayong mabuti. Alam nyo kasi naniniwala ko, knowledge without faith is nothing. Sa lahat ng pinag-aaralan natin, dapat laging ang sentro, Panginoon.
Wow! Ang galing talaga nila, no? Pero alam nyo, baka pwede sila maging personal dietitian ni Kesa. Bakit naman kakailanganin nun eh? Ang pet-pet na nga.
Slim na kaya no?
Nasan nga pala si Kesa ngayon, no?
Balita ko na sa SMX no si Kesa.
Lalakwatsa na naman. Ginagawa ni Kesa sa SMX. Balita ko nililibot niya yung buong Pilipinas eh. Para saan? Hindi na tayo sinama kasi eh. Panoorin na lang natin ang may special na inihanda si Kesa sa atin. Panoorin natin.
Hi guys! Andito ako ngayon sa SMX Convention Center para sa 24th Philippine Travel Mart ng Philippine Tour Operators Association o ng PhilToa. At guys, alam nyo ba, sa loob nito ay ang buong Pilipinas. Kalain mo nagkasya ang buong Pilipinas? Hindi ka naniniwala? Tara, puntahan natin. Hindi lingid sa ating mga kaalaman na ang Pilipinas ay isang bansang mayaman sa magaganda. Magaganda! Ano ka ba? Magagandang tanawin. Kaya naman, lakas loob, taas noo, pulo ang dugo na tinanong ng PUP Creative sa mga tao rito kung bakit nga ba it's more fun in the Philippines. Alamin natin! Tara! Bakit ko it's more fun in the Philippines?
Because mas marami tayong makikitang sceneries dito.
Because you have the beautiful places here in the Philippines.
Philippines is the best among all our countries. Yes, big house!
A wild country.
Shadow naman daw.
World destination. You like it?
Yes, Philippines is a wild country with wild people.
Exciting, tsaka madami mong pupuntahan.
Bakit it's more fun in the Philippines?
Kasi nandito ka.
Oh, nakakaya ko naman. Ay, ito naman. Bakit it's more fun in the Philippines? Look up, look up.
Kesa, Pilipinas ka ba?
Bakit?
Kasi ang ganda mo eh.
Bakit po it's more fun in the Philippines?
Bakit? Ano ba?
May-enjoy mo yung lugar sa Pilipinas.
Because of you.
Because of the people, you know? So, ano, masaya yung mga Pinoy eh.
Inuurasan mo? Huwag na lang. Hanap na lang kayo.
Ang tagal kong naghintay para sa sagot. Guys, we have here Governor Vilma Santos. Governor V, bakit po it's more fun in the Philippines? Ang sagot niya, wala eh. Wala ko na pala. Hi guys, we have here Mr. Mark Nelson.
We do? Where?
It's you po.
I knew
Sir,
it. Yes.
why is it more fun in the Philippines?
Number one, the people. The people are the friendliest people all over Asia, possibly all over the world. And also, we have everything in the Philippines. Actually, the only thing we're missing in the Philippines is snow, but that's okay. We don't need snow. We have the best beaches. We have sand.
Oh, di ba?
Who needs snowmen when you can make sandmen? We have the best scuba diving in the world. You go to Tupataha Reef. You can see everything. We have 95% of the world's marine biodiversity right here in the Philippines.
Ah, di ba schoolmates, sabi naman sa inyo, sobrang ganda ng Pilipinas. Ito nga, sabi ng mga nakasari kanina dito sa SMX, ang dahilan kung bakit it's more fun in the Philippines ay una, dahil sa mga magandang tanawin. Pangalawa ay dahil sa ating mga sariling produkto. Pangatlo ay dahil hindi ka mauubusan ng mga gagawin dito sa ating bansa. At pang-apat at ang pinakamahalaga sa lahat, kung bakit it's more fun in the Philippines, eh dahil na rin sa mga masasayahin at magagandang mga Pilipino. Sabi? Kinasabi?
Wow, grabe! Sayang di tayo nakasama dyan sa SMX Convention Center.
Daya-daya ni Kesa. Hindi naman tayo sinama ni Kesa. Pero balita ko nga, may booth daw doon ng PUP. Booth ng PUP Creativity. At alam nyo ha, itong booth na to, kasama nito yung iba pang malalaking kumpanya sa buong Pilipinas. Wow, big time ang PUP. Ang cool, di ba?
Nakaka-proud naman na maging isang PUP. Yan talaga naman. At dapat na nating i-celebrate ang ating founding anniversary.
At kaya wag natin kalimutan, mga kapatid sa pananampalataya, mga schoolmates, na batiin ang ating nag-iisa, ang ating sintang paralan ng
Happy 109th Founding Anniversary!
Happy founding anniversary, PUP! At muli, ito ang inyong online kabayan, PUP TV, pinakausap-usapan sa pamantasan!
Emerson is a global technology and engineering leader. We operate in over 150 countries. We are 110,000 employees worldwide. And here in the Philippines, we have over 2,000 employees.
My name is Nikki Florento. I'm from Dell Philippines. I'm handling the university relations and services hiring.
Pagasa Steel supplies concrete reinforcing bars to the Philippines' booming construction industry. We have been the leading supplier of quality steel bars for the past 52 years.
EGS is an Algorica company. It is one of the fastest growing BPO companies in the Philippines right now.
I'm Cecil Venancio and I'm a Branding and Communications Director of Sykes Asia.
We don't decide whether you're from a top-tier university or a state university. We decide based on our assessments that includes exams and interviews. Having said that, a lot of Dell's workforce in the Philippines are from PUP.
55 to 80 hires annually, those coming from PUP alone. And as a matter of fact, 14 of the homegrown employees who started from staff and supervisor have been promoted.
Currently, we have 13 employees from the PUP. They're working in a different field, so most of them are engineer, some are in sales, most of them are in the higher position.
There's a huge pool of students that we can really harvest from. And we know the reputation that they bring. So we're glad that we have a university like PUP that we can rely on for our future employees.
love the graduates of PUP. They're not only fun to work with, but you can rely on them. They are very, very dependable.
PUP graduates are an exact match and fit to Pagasa Steel's mission and vision.
The reason why we prefer the PUP graduates is the fact that we noticed that they have a common denominator, very hardworking. You see, whatever happens, they'd still work. Even if it's raining, they'd still come to work. You give them additional tasks, they'd accept. They are resilient.
Very passionate, aside from being resilient, because we can see that they're very dedicated with their job. And we've seen a lot of PUP graduates, not just in one department.
They turn out to adapt very well and adjust well to our company here in the Philippines. They're productive employees and they stay with us for a long time.
Stand out sa PUP graduate is their loyalty sa company namin. Integrity and ethics, drive for results, intellectual capacity, and adaptability. So when we hire PUPians, they have this kind of competencies.
Of course, they're very intelligent people, responsible. Responsible in a sense because whenever we meet these graduates and we ask them what are their future plans, they would always come up with answers like helping out their family, or because I'm done with school, I'll help out another sibling. So you would know already that these kids, even before they actually embark on certain work, they already have goals in mind.
They're not maarte, no? Whatever you give them, they know that if it's for the purpose of the job, they will do it. And so they have, they're the ones that survive the challenges of work. They don't shirk away from responsibilities. They're the type who, whatever the job requires, they're up for the challenge.
PUPians enable people everywhere to grow and thrive.
PUP is one of the pillars of the nation because it is an institution that provides good graduates, people who really contribute to the success of the community or to the success of the country.
To all the people associated with PUP, if you're a graduate, congratulations, and you should be proud of yourselves. For those of you that are students, please continue the tradition, the proud legacy that your school has. Some of you, PUP, you work for us now. We appreciate you. We know you're good employees. For those of you that might work for us in the future, please consider us. We'd love to have you. We know that you make a great employee for Emerson.
PUPians, bring everything you are. If you have big ideas, let's talk. Come work where passion meets possibility. You can visit jobs.del.com for opportunities.
To pursue your dreams and work hard for whatever endeavor you will choose. And in the event that you will choose to apply in one of the fastest BPO companies in the Philippines, I would like to invite you to apply in EGS, an Alorica company, because our doors are open for all of you.
To all the PUPians, let's create a sense of smile together.
Smart is very happy to have PUP graduates now enjoying their career and let them live more.
Hashtag Sites to PUP. We will support you in more ways than one.
Tara na, maging magkasama na tayo. Mabuhay ang PUP!
Noon pa man, malaki na ang naging bahagi ng mga kababaihan sa lipunang Pilipino. Kaisa sila sa marubdob na paghahangad ng kalayaan ng ating lahi. Kabilang sila sa paglinang ng ating makulay na sining at mayamang kultura. Kasapi sila sa pagtataguyod ng mga adhikain ng kapwa mamamayan at sa pagtugon sa mga pangangailangan ng lipunan. Katuwang sila sa pagtuklas sa mga larangan ng agham at medisina. Kapanalig sila sa pagpapairal ng batas, karapatan at katarungan para sa lahat. Kabahagi sila sa paglilingkod sa bayan at sa pagpapanatili ng demokrasyang Pilipino. Sa paglipas ng panahon, hindi nagmaliw ang kanilang pag-ibig sa ating inang bayan. Mga kababayan, ito ang alay ng mga kababaihang Pilipino para sa bayan. Tumayo po tayong lahat at sabay-sabay nating awitin ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Ayang magiliw, dala sa silanganan, alam ng puso, sa bibig mo'y buhay. Lupang hiniram, dulatan ng pag-ibig, sa manlulupin, di ka masisingil. Sa lahat ng tulog, sa sigaw at sa lalim mong babang, maginatang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang isang ng watawat mo'y kalupay na nabibig. Lumang araw ng 100 buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Ang higaya na pag ay makakamit, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Hi, I'm Engineer Florinda H. Oquindo, Director of the Alumni Relations and Career Development Office. The role of our office is to keep connections among students and alumni, provides complete range of services to students, alumni, and employers in the area of career development, graduates and professional schools preparations, employee relations, and campus recruitment. We also provide alumni and students with the tools and resources to help find success in all professional endeavors. To all freshmen, please come and visit us. Our office is located at N209 North Wing, 2nd floor.
Magandang umaga, College of Accountancy and College of Arts and Letters students, first year, second year, and also welcome sa ating from PUP branches and campuses. Guys, tingnan nga natin, pwede bang pa-type in kung sino-sino or anong mga branch kayo para ma-acknowledge namin kayo. So, marami tayong mga estudyante ngayon na galing sa Bachelor of Science in Accountancy, Bachelor in Financial Management, and Bachelor in Management Accounting. So, most of them are first year. At marami sa kanila ay babae. Bakit ganun? Puro babae yata tayo ngayon na. Okay, so without any further ado, guys, I'm Professor Jane S. Pulma from the Alumni Relation and Career Development Office. And welcome to this Career Development Webinar 2022. These career development webinars aim to attain and demonstrate and measure your knowledge, behavior, and skills, and prepares you for a complete transition from university to employment. So we have prepared several topics starting from personality assessment, career and accountancy, e-resume writing, and informational services. And later on, mamayang hapon, we also do have personal goal setting and personality branding for employment. So, guys, meron tayong mga industry partner who are with us today. We do have Concentrix. We also do have PWC or Isla, Lipana and Co. We also do have Jobs 180, Poxet. So, yan po ang ating makakasama sa maghapong career development webinar na to. So, without any further ado, pakinggan natin ang message or ang recorded message ng ating Vice President for Students Affairs and Services, Dr. Sinaida Sarmiento.
To our energetic ABPSAS and Director of Alumni Relations Career and Development Office, Engineer Flor Oquindo, Chief Jane Pulma, and Chief Mabel Belmonte, representatives from our industry partners and participating companies, other guests, and to our dear students, a pleasant morning to all of you. It is my pleasure to welcome all of you to this career talk. This is one of the activities of the university, specifically the ARCDO, where we would like our students to know the importance of building one's career path. Our dear students, knowing and determining where you want to go and how to get there are our main goals why we have this career talk. Likewise, the university would like to help you achieve your goals in securing future jobs or internships. In this event, you will have the opportunity to meet your future employers, reputable and well-established companies or representatives who will inspire and motivate you to work hard to achieve your future goals. To our industry partners and participating companies, thank you for partnering with us and for the opportunity that you are giving our students find their employment or find a good venue for their on-the-job training. May we maintain our intensive relationship and in the process both benefit from it. Rest assured that this university will continue to be your partner in your worthy endeavors. PUP will continue to cultivate its students' potential to make them more productive with exceptional skills and know-how which are needed by your companies. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude and utmost appreciation to ARCDO team, headed by ABPSAS and Director Flor Oquindo, and to all participants and sponsors who made this event a success. Again, welcome to this career talk, and may our good Lord bless us all.
Maraming salamat, Dr. Sarmiento. Oh guys, shout out tayo. Ang dami na nating message galing sa ating mga kapatid from branches and campuses. So let me acknowledge the presence of, simulan natin sa San Pedro, sa Maragondon. Siyempre, meron tayo sa Main. San Pedro, Maragondon, Calauan. And let's also acknowledge the presence of, meron po tayong hindi rin taga PUP. Mr. Angelo Noel Manuel from the National Teachers College. So, welcome sa Career Webinar 2020 ng Alumni Relation and Career Development Office. We do have two participants for today. One is watching with us or with us here in Zoom, and the other one is watching with us on our live stream at the PUP Career Center. So let me discuss first our virtual etiquette. So please remember to mute your microphone while the webinar proper is ongoing, and always remember that this webinar is on live stream. So during the Q&A portion, you may raise your hand so we can unmute you so you can interact with our speakers. And at the same time, you can also use your Zoom chat to raise any questions. And for the Facebook user, you can use your comment section. So we will be including all questions via Zoom and our Facebook page for this webinar, and all questions will be addressed during the Q&A portion. So everyone, please accomplish the evaluation form flash at the Zoom chat at the end of the session or the comment section of our stream, or in the Facebook Live at the end of the session. So your digital certificate will be released 2 to 3 weeks after the conduct of this webinar, and it will be given to those who participated, attended, and accomplished the evaluation form given at the end of the session. Please remember that it is only available 6 hours after the webinar. So guys, without any further ado, alam kong lahat tayo or lahat kayo ay naghihintay na sa ating speaker for today. Our first speaker is from a American business services company specializing in customer engagement and business performance. His company is founded actually in 1983, but his heritage is traced back in 1973. So guys, medyo matagal na yon. So, pero huwag kayong mag-alala, yung makakasama natin ngayon ay hindi pa ganong katagal ng 1973, I guess. So, without any further ado, let's welcome Mr. JP Anyonyevo, a representative from Concentrix. Sir JP.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning sa ating mga PUPians. Hello, and thank you for inviting me over. Let me share my screen with all of you. Okay, so can you guys see the white screen in front of you? I hope you can. Good morning, everyone, again. So let's begin. So first off, let me introduce the company I work for to all of you. I come from Concentrix, and basically we are a global business services company delivering extraordinary customer, employee, and user experiences for more than 450 of the world's best brands. To cut it short, we're a business process outsourcing company. So we act as a middleman between our clients, which internally we call our accounts, and their customers. And we provide extraordinary customer and user experiences to them. These clients of ours are actually very famous. Majority of them maybe you are very familiar with. Unfortunately, I can't say the names of our clients. But what is it exactly do we do at Concentrix for our clients? We provide analytics and consulting, automation and optimization, customer engagement centers, digital self-service, experience design and mobility, gig platform, marketing solutions, technology and systems integration, and voice of the customer. The Philippine operations of Concentrix is more popular for our customer engagement centers. In fact, we've been operating for more than 19 years. We're celebrating our 20th this year. We have a lot of employees here in the Philippines. In fact, we have 90,000 employees in the Philippines. That's a lot because of that, we have been identified as the biggest BPO company in the Philippines today and one of the largest private employers in the country as well. We have more than 127 clients in the Philippines, and we service these clients through our 46 delivery centers across 15 cities nationwide. So we have presence in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Now, because of our performance and also our culture, we've gathered some awards. These are some of our awards that we received in 2021. Like from Comparably, we were voted Best Company for Diversity, for Women, Culture, and Leadership. We were also awarded by the World HRD Congress as Asia's Best Employer Brand for 2021. And then at the 12th Asia CEO Awards, we were part and we won part of the Circle of Excellence in Service Excellence Company of the Year, Executive Leadership Team of the Year, and Expatriate Executive of the Year. And then in the International ICT Awards Philippines, we were the recipients of Best Company of the Year, Best Employer of the Year, Best Contact Center BPO Company of the Year, Best Foreign-Owned Company, and Outstanding Use of ICT Services to Fight COVID-19. So it's just telling us that, we're not just the biggest, but we are also the best. So now let's move on to why I'm here this morning. Now, in our lives, we usually come up with some mind-blowing questions that for some reason, even if we try to escape it, talagang kailangan nating harapin tong mga tanong na to. Because these are questions that will bring about decisions that can pretty much affect your future and your life. Nung bata tayo, sinimulan na natin nung bata tayo. What did you want to be when you grow up? Di ba tinanong na tayo niyan ng mga magulang natin, mga kaibigan ng mga magulang natin, teachers natin, ano gusto mong maging? Okay? Iba-iba ang mga nagtatanong, iba-iba din yung mga sagot. And people normally, when you were a child, you base your decision on what you see on TV or the influence of your parents. Kasi hindi mo naman may isip, gusto ko pong maging chemical engineer. Nobody, pag bata ka, hindi mo naman alam kung ano yung chemical engineer eh. Diba? Very basic nun ang gusto natin nung bata tayo. Gusto kong maging doktor, gusto kong maging police. Gusto kong maging nurse, gusto mong gayahin kung sino man ang nag-i-influence sa buhay mo, right? So that's the first major decision. It doesn't really shape your decision or your future yet kasi bata ka pa naman. But that is the first type of question that we can remember being asked. That if you look at it, it's something to do with your future. Fast forward pagdating mo nung high school. I'm sure tinanong ka nito at one point, what college course are you thinking of taking after you graduate out of high school? At lahat tayo, the people who are here, I know are freshmen, sophomores, yung iba, di ba? So, bago kayo nag-college, bago kayo pumasok dito sa PUP, nung nandun pa kayo sa kani-kanya yung mga eskwelahan nung high school, at one point, you all thought of this question. And maybe that's the reason why you decided on your course, why you are here right now. Now, of course, you're now in college. Patuloy na uusad ang buhay. You ask yourselves, this is nung high school kayo, di ba? What were the factors that you considered in deciding what course to take in college? And in the same manner, for the people who are already in college and let's say they have been in college for quite some time, sometimes they realize, ay teka, parang ibang kurso ang gusto ko. Kaya may mga nag-shift. And there are certain factors that they considered on deciding on what course to take or what course to change to. I'm sure yung ibang tao dito minsan, lalo na pag gumraduate ka na ng college, ito na yung mga tatanungin ka na ng magulang mo. Anong gusto mong mangyari sa buhay mo? Diba? Sometimes you are asked what kind of job you want to take but ultimately it all boils down to this question. What do you want to do in life? Now you might ask yourself, teka, ang pagkakarinig po namin, ang topic po ni Sir JP ay personality assessment. What do these questions have to do with personality assessment? Now, first of all, before I discuss personality assessment, what are the normal reasons or what are the normal factors that affect the way we decide in life? Okay? There are different factors that affect. One, parents. Minsan, impluwensya ng magulang mo. I know I can say this, but because I come from a family of doctors, I come from a family of lawyers, I come from a family of engineers as well. And true enough, yung mga anak ng mga kapatid ko, yung mga pamangkin ko, and they're all college graduates. I'm the youngest child, but I'm also in my 40s. So, ginaya nila kung ano yung achievement ng magulang nila. So, yung, like for example, my sister is a doctor, her husband's a doctor, o yung isang anak nila, doctor. Okay? So, parents can really influence your decision making. Yung mga tao na nag-nursing, for example, some of their parents encouraged them to take up nursing because, you know, for a better future, you know, most probably you might land a job abroad and, you know, you can earn more. Diba? Another factor that affects our decision-making capability, especially, you know, when looking forward to the future, would be teachers and their school. Malaki ang impluwensya ng mga teachers natin. Marami akong kilala na naging teacher kasi inidolize nila yung teacher nila noon. At the same time, the way your school cultivates your knowledge, your skills, can affect your behavior as well. Kaya nga meron tinatawag na mga school culture. In the same manner, when you work, there's also what you call company culture. Friends and peers. Minsan yan ang rason kung bakit mo napili yung kurso mo eh. I know during my time when I was in high school, may mga ganyan kami. Mga magkakabarkada, pare-pareho yung pinasukang eskwelahan, pare-pareho yung kurso para magkakasama pa rin sila. Okay? So, friends and peers can also affect some of your decisions and some of the actions that you take in life. Diba? Kaya nga tayo may tinatawag na peer pressure and so on. Fad. Ano yung fad? Uso. Ano bang uso ngayon? Minsan tinitignan din yan ng isang tao sa paggawa ng desisyon sa buhay. External influence could be another major factor in our decision-making capabilities. Okay? There are a lot of things externally that can affect us. And in the same manner, there's a lot of things happening externally that can continue in changing how we view life. Kasi syempre, when you grow up, you're with your parents and so on, and then your friends, isang klaseng ideology normally ang na-expose ka. But as you move out into the world, as you grow up, you get exposed to external influences as well. Interests and passions could also be a major factor in decision-making capabilities. Okay? And also your financial situation. Maraming tao na, I can use my dad as a good example. He wanted to be a doctor when he was young. But kakatapos lang nun ng gera, World War II. My dad was born in 1928. Kakatapos lang ng gera, and he really wanted to take medicine, pero wala siyang pera. So he said, sige, mag-engineering ako. And then he enjoyed engineering. And then he became one of them, he became a very distinguished engineer during his time in the 80s. In fact, he even won an award from the government regarding some of his projects. So, financial situation is another reason kung bakit tayo na-motivate to make ourselves more successful in life. Now, in all of these, my question now is, did you reflect on who you really are? Sino ka? Ano ka? And use it in your life's decisions. Dito ngayon papasok yung topic ko, which has to do with personality assessments. Because my topic this morning is all about personality check, analyzing your personality for your future goals. So let's move on to that. First of all, let's define what personality is. Personality, to simplify it, is a characteristic way of thinking, feeling, and behaving. Personality embraces moods, attitudes, and opinions and is most clearly expressed in interactions with other people. The way we think, the way we feel, and the way we behave is our overall personality. Dito papasok yung moods natin, how we view life, our attitude, and it even includes the way we think and our opinions. It also includes behavioral characteristics, both inherent and acquired. Inherent meaning kinalakan mo na yan. And then acquired would be things that you are influenced from your external exposures. Kasi meron tayong mga behavioral characteristics na we develop as we grow older. Okay? Meron din na inherent sa atin na biglang nawawala kasi napapalitan. Okay? So this is our overall personality. It affects everything, including your fashion, including the way you dress. Okay? Personality is all-encompassing when you're talking about yourself. Ito yung kung sino ka talaga. The thing is, personality is very important. And I will be explaining that as we go along the way in this particular talk. Okay? But personality is very strong. Or in other words, it's very important for you to always think about. Paul Harris once said, personality has the power to uplift, the power to depress, the power to curse, and the power to bless. And this is true. Our personality can always affect other people and other people in the way we interact with them. And it will affect how they will view you and how they will interact with you as well. Okay? One thing that we have to understand is that every person, every individual has his or her own personality traits. It affects our character dispositions and the decisions we make. And these traits that you have developed in your life will play a major role in your personality, career, and your overall quality of life. At the end of the day kasi, and this is a reality check for a lot of people, you're just starting your college life. That is really good. And this is, in fact, this is really wonderful for your university, for me to talk about these things early on in your college life, because this is something that you should be cultivating along with your with the things that you learn in school. Okay? Why? Because at the end of the day, when you graduate from this university, when you apply for a job, it's not just the skills that will land you the job. When you go through a job interview in the future, they will not just check on your skills, because you can't say that a person really knows how to do a skill, a specific skill, just by interviewing a person. Kaya nga may exam para dyan. You know, kung sabihin mo na magaling ka sa computer, may exam para sa computer. Diba? And they do that also when you're applying for a job. But when you're talking about a job interview, and sometimes the job, most of the times, if not all of the time, the job interview is the make or break factor of your job application in the future, just for you to start thinking about it. Companies are not looking at skills in job interviews. They're looking at your personality. Ito bang taong to, pag aming tinanggap sa kumpanya namin, makakasalamuha niya ng maayos ang mga taong nagtatrabaho na dito? Will this person work well with our team? Will this person's personality work well with our company culture? So it's important for you to know your personality traits and the personality traits of others, because it will also be a factor in how you interact with them. Okay? Now, what are the different personality types? So let me talk about that too. I'd like you all to meet Carl Gustav Jung. Carl Gustav Jung is a Swiss psychiatrist and psychoanalyst, and he founded analytical psychology. Okay? At Cheng, founder ng branch of psychology that deals with analyzing people, especially when it comes to their personality types. In fact, he came up with a theory called the Carl Jung's theory of psychological types in 1971. In his theory, he said that there are three classifications of personality types. And it has something to do with certain preferences. First, preference of general attitude, whether you're extroverted or introverted. I'll talk more about that later on. Preference of one of the two functions of perception, whether you're sensing or intuition. Third is the preference of one of the two functions of judging. Are you more of the thinking type or the feeling type? Okay? Now, fast forward, merong isang fan, si Carl Gustav Jung, and her name is Isabel Briggs Myers. Okay? Fan siya ni Carl Jung. In fact, she was an American writer and she practiced Carl Jung's theory. Now, working with her mother, di ba ito yung mga mother-daughter tandem, she developed the Myers-Briggs type indicator test. Now, why is that important? Because the Myers-Briggs type indicator test has become, I don't want to say that it's the standard, but it is widely implemented across a lot of sections in the sense na there are companies that would actually give a Myers-Briggs type indicator test to their applicants if they're applying for a job. And in other countries, the student, kahit na estudyante pa lang, they're very conscious about their Myers-Briggs type indicator. Like sometimes they ask one another, so what's your personality type and so on. Alam na nila yan. So that's how widely used this indicator test is. Okay? So anong ginawa ni Isabel Myers? Kinuha niya yung Carl Jung's theory of psychological types. So meron na nga tayong tatlo. Dinagdagan pa niya ng isa. Okay? And this is personality based on whether you're judging versus perceiving. Now, these four now comprise the personality types in the Myers-Briggs type indicator. Ito yung ginagamit ngayon sa Myers-Briggs type indicator. So ano nga ba yan? Ano nga ba ang Myers-Briggs type indicator? This is an introspective self-report questionnaire indicating differing psychological preference in how people perceive the world and make decisions. The questions that are normally asked in a Myers-Briggs type indicator, these are personal questions. Hindi to yung mga questions na kailangan mo mag-review. Okay? Ito yung mga tipong, for example, are you the type of person who likes to be at the center of attention in a party or gusto mo nandun ka lang sa isang tabi? Ganon yung mga questions in Myers-Briggs. Okay? And then, based on answering these questions, the evaluator can then say, and they can come up with a combination of your personality type. So these personality types could be any of the following. Yung first classification natin, di ba? Extroversion versus introversion. This signifies the source and direction of a person's energy expression. How do we emit our energy to the world? Are you an extrovert? Meaning, your source and direction of energy expression is going out to the world. Okay, you are active. You're very hearty. You have variety. You like the outer world. You're very expressive. Ikaw yung tipong tao that you speak as you think. You're very sociable. Ito yung mga taong mahilig chumika, yung mga, minsan nga tinasabi nila yung mga type A personalities, yung mga extroverts. Kasi they want to go out, they like to socialize, they have no problems, hindi sila mahiyain. An introvert, on the other hand, has a source of energy mainly in their own internal world. Meron ng sariling mundo. You tend to be more reflective, you're more quiet, you're focused, mas measured yung galaw mo. You think first, then that's when you speak. Okay? Mas tahimik ka. Ito nga minsan sinasabi nila may sariling mundo. Okay? So this is first classification. So right now, as I said it, try to reflect. Am I more extrovert or introvert? Dito papasok yung mga tao na pag pinagsalita mo sa harap ng maraming tao, okay lang, asa na po yung mic. Ito yung mga tao na pag sinabi mo, kanta ka naman. Asa na po yung mic? Ito po yung ano ko, track 2. Alam na nila. And it's okay with them. Okay? Introverts are more, halika, can you please recite? Sir, yoko po talaga. Okay? Now, the next combination type, not really combination, but the next preference type in the personality assessment. Sensing versus intuition. And so I'd like you to reflect again. For this one, this is the method by which someone perceives information. When you're a sensing type of person, it means that you believe that information that you receive directly comes from the external world. In other words, you're the type of person who would look for facts. Take note, facts, hindi fake news. Facts, okay? Down to earth ka. Mas practical ka. You're the type of person sometimes who would make use of your 5 senses, okay? You rely on experience. Kasi when you're talking about experience, meron ka na ngayong historical significance. Nagkakaroon ka na ngayon ng trending, ika nga. So you look at that as well. You look at the past and you look at the present because you're the type of person who would base it on your sense. You're basing that the information that you're receiving is coming from the direct outside world. Now, when you're the intuition type of person, it means that you believe mainly information that you would receive from the internal and sometimes, more particularly, from the imaginative world. Ito yung mga taong masyadong idealistic na nawawala yung connection nila sa facts. Yung mga tipong, eto na nakalagay na sa papel, may pruweba na pak, ito yung mga facts. And yet, hindi nila pinaniniwalaan. Kasi ang idea nila tungkol sa bagay-bagay, iba. Okay? These are people na, dreamy. They believe in theory, but sometimes, that a theory is not, if a theory is not proven, that it's just there. Okay? They have imagination, they have, this certain vision in their future. There's nothing wrong in being a type of person who believes in intuition. And later on, I'm going to talk more about that. Because you don't, in personality assessment, you don't just put yourself in one box. Okay? Next is thinking versus feeling. I'm so sorry about that. Thinking versus feeling. How a person processes information. When you're a thinking type of person, it means that you're the type of person who makes a decision mainly through logic. Mainly through logic. Okay? So I think these are the type of people na objective, frank ka. We all know here in the Philippines, sometimes they hate frank people. They correlate that with something else. Okay? You believe in the truth. You're more just. Okay? Okay? You believe in critique, meaning you know how to look for the good and the bad, and you work into doing something because you're task-oriented. A feeling person means that, as a rule, you will make your decision based on emotion. Dito pwede tayo mag-reflect talaga. When we make a decision, is it based on how we think about it and what is right and wrong? Or is it based on what we feel? Because I tell you, karamihan ng tao, minsan napupunta sa more on the feeling side. So this is where your values come in. Your tactfulness, your love, your mercy, you desire praise. Okay? And you're more people-oriented. Now, the last one is judging and perceiving. This is basically how a person implements the information that you process. When you're a judging type of person, it means that you're a person who knows how to organize all of your life events, and as a rule, you stick to your plan. Ito yung mga taong, dilista. These are my goals. This is how I want my goals to be achieved, and so on. In 2020, merong isang series na pinalabas online. The title was Hello Stranger. Tony Labrusca, JC Alcantara. And the character of JC Alcantara as Miko, he was more of a judging type of person. He has a list of what he accomplishes. Kailangan stick to the plan. But, the story goes and, well, his life didn't go as planned. Okay? The perceiving type of person, on the other hand, means that he or she is inclined to improvise and explore alternative solutions. At yung mga tao na, sige, pwede tayong gumawa ng listahan ngayon, pero I also recognize the fact that it can and it will change. So they're more open. They're more open to options. They're more spontaneous. Sometimes they're disorganized, but they're more flexible compared to a judging type of person. Now that I've discussed these 4 aspects of personality or personality type, should your personality belong to just one type? Kasi I'm pretty sure if you followed what I told you to reflect as I was discussing, may isip mo, teka, ganito ako, pero ganito din ako. Ganyan ako, pero ganito din ako. Okay? So the answer now to this question, should my personality belong to just one type, is obviously no. The whole purpose of these personality types is for you to know and for you to combine the different personality types to really show your character trait. Kaya nga, in the Myers-Briggs type indicator, there are 16 types of personality types kasi it's 16 combinations of these things. Okay, yung mga letters na yan, and if you notice, yung sa mga previous slide ko, 'di ba, merong isang naka-highlight na letter. So para at least alam nyo. Okay? So yan. So there are these 16 types na pwede mong pagpilian. Now, you might ask, so how can I assess my personality? Because that's the whole purpose of this, right? How you can assess your personality so that you can use it for your future goals. First of all, why is it important for you to assess your personality? 1, always remember that you should know who you are so that you know where to place yourself in society and where to place yourself, especially when you're in a certain situation where you need to make decisions. Such as, ano bang kukunin kong trabaho? Okay? Sinong tao ba ang dapat kong makasama? Okay? Sometimes you don't just apply for a job because that's what the job entails. You will realize later on that once you are in that particular job or that particular company, you will notice, okay naman yung sweldo, pero bakit hindi ako masaya? And the more you reflect, you will realize it's basically the people around you that could be affecting the way you perceive everything. And that has something to do with personality. Kailangan kilala mo ang sarili mo. In the same manner, kung kilala mo ang sarili mo, malalaman mo paano ka makikisalamuha sa tao. And in the same manner, it will make you a better, I don't want to say the word judge, but it would make you a better person in seeing others as well, yung personality din nila. Okay? So how can you assess your personality type? Now I just came across this website, and this is a really nice website. In fact, I think I'm going to, if you can take a screenshot of this website and then you go to this website later on. Okay, this is humanmetrics.com/CGI-win /jtypes2.asp. So what is this website all about? Hindi to sponsored hindi to but I just feel that this is something that can help you guys as well in your decisions. And in getting to know yourself, para tayo nag-retreat na hindi tayo naglabas ng kandila. Okay? So what is humanmetrics.com? It actually takes you to this particular test. It's the Young Topology test, and it's based on the Myers-Briggs type indicator test. So there are, I think, 60 questions in this test. Tignan mo naman tignan nyo yung mga tanong. All you have to do is just to click whether a big yes, meaning talagang oo, a yes, meaning oo for the most part, pero minsan hindi. If you're uncertain, di mo alam kung ganun ka talaga. No, meaning for the most part, no, pero sometimes yes. And then the big no na talagang no. So, halimbawa, yung mga questions dito, you are almost never late for your appointments. Diba?
Yung
Hi guys, can you make sure that you're on mute? Thank you. Okay. So, these are the different questions that are there. So it's basically 60 questions, if I'm not mistaken. I actually took this test, and ito yung aking resulta. This is my personality. I am an ENFJ, meaning I'm 53% extrovert, 16% intuitive, 6% feeling, 22% judging. Okay, so it tells me now anong klaseng personality ko. Now, what does that have to do? How does that help? Okay, if you're in that website, you scroll further down, you can actually check on what the evaluation is all about, and it can also be sent to your email. Okay, so it gives you an explanation. Ano ba itong mga ENFJ na tao? Okay, so you can, they have tremendous charisma. Akala ko wala ako nito, yun pala meron ako. And as I was reading this, I realized, ay oo nga, ito ako. In fact, this is one of the reasons, the more I read the analysis on my personality, the more I realized I'm in the right occupation. Tama ang naging decision ko in life after all. Okay? Because let me give you a really quick story about myself. What I finished in school doesn't have to do with what I'm doing right now. I finished computer science. It was mostly on the programming side. It was mostly, crammed up in an office and whatnot. And I realized that's not me. In the year 2000, after graduating, I taught high school. 2 taon ako nagturo ng high school, and I realized I love talking to people. In fact, outside of this industry, before pre-pandemic, my other life dealt more with interacting with a lot of people. And the more I look at it, ito nga talaga yung nangyari sa akin. And because this is my personality. Now, the good thing about this website again is it further tells you what kind of career choice you should be making. Ano bang bagay na career sa personality mo? Nakalagay dito, counseling, psychology, social work. Actually, here I have a list. Education. I did all of those, believe it or not. Okay, well, I didn't become a doctor. I was taking dentistry for a time, but I realized that's not for me. Okay. Technical science, o yung kursong natapos ko nandito. I'm in management right now. Fashion, believe it or not, yes. Even that too. Because like what I said, pre-pandemic, my other life outside this industry, I worked with models, I'm basically affiliated with a modeling camp, and I'm in charge of branding, image branding for their models. So it's not just physical, how you look like, but I also talk more about how their personality can affect the kind of jobs that they get, or whether or not they will be able to get modeling jobs as well. So I also mentored beauty contestants, both male and female. Naging organizer din ako dati ng isang male na international na pageant, and I even worked with the LCS group for the Miss Universe organization when the Philippines hosted Miss Universe in 2016-2017. So, lahat ng mga nandito, nag-match siya sa personality ko. Now, here's the thing though. Don't take everything too literally then. So, paano kung yung gusto kong mangyari sa buhay, wala dito sa lumabas sa analysis sa akin? Okay? Paano kung wala dyan? Ibig sabihin, does that limit you na itong personality ko, so dapat ito lang ang kunin kong mga larangan? Okay? Not necessarily. And this is why this particular topic is so important. It's important for you to make a self-assessment of your personality. Because in doing so, you can then look at your goals and then look at the needs of your goals. And then look at yourself, whether or not your personality fits the goals that you have in life. Halimbawa, mahihain kang tao, introvert ka, ayaw mo kang pinapakita sarili mo. Pag lumalabas ka minsan, tinatakpan mo pa yung mukha mo. And yet, you want to be a politician or you want to be in entertainment. You know? Hindi ka ganun. So now it will make you think, what do I need to do in order for me to fit the goal that I want? Okay? This is how you deal with that. One, be true to yourself. Alam mo kung sino ka talaga. Kung hindi mo nagustuhan kung sino ka, then that's an inclination for you to, that's a sign for you to change. Number one is always know who you are, and in knowing who you are, you have to be conscious that things can always change. Merong mga tao na sasabihin na, eto ko tanggapin niyo ko. True, we could, but let's see how far it will take you. Because meron ding kasabihan, hindi umiikot sa iyo ang mundo. 'Di ba? And that is being conscious about who you are. Sino ka ba talaga? Ano ba talaga yung personality mo? And be true to yourself. In the long run, kung nagganito ka, for example, nag-Briggs-Myers ka, nalaman mo, ito yung personality mo, hindi pala akma sa iniisip mo, recognize also the fact that you can change. Remember when I talked about early in this talk about personality, it composes inherent and acquired behaviors. When we say acquired, meaning napupulot mo lang yan. So which means, ang personality mo pwede pang mag-iba. I'm a good example. How am I a good example? Kasi po nung bata ako, mahiyain talaga ako. I don't even talk if people are talking to me. I wasn't doing that when I was young. And this was in the 80s. Nasa party ako noon, I will never forget this. Nasa party ako noon ng best friend ng dad ko. And then there were people, even kids coming to me, do you want to play? Bab, ganun. And I wasn't even talking to them. And then I overheard my mom say, ay, ganyan talaga yan. But as I grew up, and you get exposed to a lot of things, nag-iiba din kung ano yung gusto mo. Kaya nga know your goals. And in my case, there was one teacher who changed everything for me. Her name is Mrs. Guillermina Flores. She was my music teacher when I was in grade school at Claret. Narinig niya ako na kumakanta sa isang sulok ng classroom kasi recess nun. Napadaan siya, narinig niya ako kumakanta to myself. I was humming a song. And then she said, kanta ka nga. And bigla akong sinabi ko sa kanya, ayoko po ma'am. And then the next thing I knew, ni-require niya kaming lahat sa klase na kumanta in front. Mahiyain nga ako. Alam niyo yun, yung naglalakad pa lang ako papunta sa class, sa blackboard, nanginginig na yung tuhod ko. And I sang, because I had to, I was forced to. I didn't even prepare a song, so what I did was I sang the national anthem. And I sang it so softly na para akong bumubulong. And then she said, if you sing it louder, I'm going to give you a higher score. I come from a family na nape-pressure. Siyam kami magkakapatid, lahat achiever. So, kailangan kang makipagkompetensya, di ba? So, fine, para lang sa score. And that was the turning point in my life when I said to myself, I have to change. Because after that, I became she forced me to become a contestant in a singing contest. Eventually, the first time I did it, I was 4th place. Pero naramdaman ko noon na nung pinalakpakan ako ng tao, ay ang sarap pala ng feeling. And that's when it hit me. If I want to have that kind of feeling, I have to change myself. Imagine, bata pa lang ako, naisip ko na to. Pero totoo to, naisip ko na siya. So you have to know yourself. You have to know your goal. So my goal the next year was, kailangan manalo ko sa singing contest na to. And true enough, I became a champion sa school and then champion inter-school. And that was the start of it all. That was the start when I started coming out of my shell, because my goal was really to find my niche. Saan ba ako magaling? Kasi nga, ang dami kong mga kapatid, lahat sila magagaling eh. It was so conscious from my end na alamin saan ako magaling para hindi ako palagi ma-compare sa kanila. That was my goal back then. So I had to change my personality. In the same manner, I'm telling you now, know your goals. O ngayon, nag-aaral kayo, first year kayo, second year kayo. And then what? What's your ultimate goal? Ayan, balik ulit yung mga una kong tanong sa inyo. Ano gusto mong mangyari sa buhay mo? Do you want to have a job after you graduate? What kind of job do you want to do? How do you see yourself? Kaya nga tinatanong yan kahit sa mga job interviews. How do you see yourself 5 years from now? It's for us to know, is this the type of person who knows how to make goals? And more so, is this the type of person who will work for his or her goals? Okay? Fit your personality into your goals. Kasi nga alam mo na kung sino ka eh. You know who you are. You are true to yourself. Now, ito yung goals mo. How can you fit your personality to your goals? Ito nga yun eh, yung sinasabi ko kanina. Hindi ko mo, eto ko, tanggapin niyo ko, mundo. Hindi ganun eh. There are times when you have to conform. There are times that you have to stand out. Know when those times are. You fit your personality. Sometimes you may have to, ika nga sa volume, hinaan ng konti, but you don't necessarily have to erase your personality. But you have to fit your personality to your goals. And be open to changes. Because change is inevitable. Everything changes. And more importantly, apart from opening yourself to changes, embrace the change. Kasi talagang magbabago ang buhay. In life, a lot of things happen in your life na change. Diba? A classic example, ito, inevitable na mangyayari. Meron at merong mamamatay sa iyong pamilya. Handa ka ba? Kahit na maghanda ka, ano mong sinasabi ng tao, kahit na maghanda ka pag nangyari na yon, hindi ka pa pala handa. Because that's a change. That's an inevitable change. Also, what kind of changes are we talking about here? We're talking about changes na, what if in the long run, hindi pala ito ang kurso ko? What if in the long run, my interest, my passion really is for something else? Diba? Be open to face that change. Magpakatotoo tayo. Embrace that change. Now, if you want to move with that change, by all means. If you don't want to move with that change, nasa sa'yo yan. But your personality is something that will help you in the long run. So that is my talk. I hope I came across clear to everyone. Thank you again to our partners in PUP for inviting me over and sharing this talk with all of you. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Sir JP. So guys, meron po ba tayong tanong kay Sir JP? Sir, may message si Mr. Kenneth Hidalgo. I thought I recognized you before, sir. through one of the DICT webinar last year. Nice seeing you again, Sir JP.
Thank you so much if you recognize me.
So, mukhang may mga nakakakilala kay Sir JP as a lecturer. Hindi lang sa PUP, kung hindi with DICT as well. So guys, may tanong po ba tayo kay Sir JP? You can raise your hands po. Pwede po tayo mag-participate. You can interact with Sir JP. You can raise your hands if you want, may question kayo kay Sir JP or may question kayo about Concentrix. Sir, ako may tanong na lang. Mukhang may nahihiya pa sila magtanong.
Yes
Sir,
po.
ano po bang mga jobs ang available for College of Accountancy graduates sa Concentrix?
Very good question, no? Right now at Concentrix, we have a lot of job opportunities open because one of our accounts, which is a bank in the United States, it's a very popular bank. In fact, nagkaroon pa sila ng presence dito sa Pilipinas. They're looking for a lot of people to work for them. So, akala kasi ng tao na pag nagtatrabaho ka sa call center, parang tagasagot ka lang ng question. So, there is such a thing as phone bankers, yung mga ganong klaseng larangan. So, this kind of bank, they're looking for a lot of people, and the majority of the job openings for this one are work at home. So, pwede siyang open siya sa buong Pilipinas actually, although ang main site na we're pulling for right now is in Makati and in Baguio, but there are other sites that we have as well. Just yun nga, maraming work at home opportunities this time around. Ma'am, naka-mute ka po yata.
Sorry po, nakamute ako. So, hindi ko yun napansin ah. So guys, maraming salamat sa Sir JP. Kasi at least na-mention nyo sa kanila kahit first year pa lang sila. So, hindi lang pwede silang mag-apply or hindi lang yung mga auditing firm, accounting firm yung pwede nilang targetin na company. So, pwede rin sila mag-apply sa mga industry partners natin such as example is Concentrix. Okay, sir, may tanong po si Miss Aura Carmela. You want to interact with Sir JP? You want to ask question? Miss Aura, you can unmute your phone po. You can unmute na po.
Hello po. Good morning
Yes,
po.
good morning. Sir
Good
JP, may
morning.
questions siya sa'yo.
Hello po. Kasi share ko lang, working student po ako ngayon and gusto ko lang pong itanong kung ano po yung mga best practices na pwede nyo pong i-share sa amin, lalo na sa mga working students or sa mga sa start pa lang na mag-pursue or mag-build ng career po. Thank you.
Okay, that's a very good question. You know what? Back in 1997, ako din ay nag-working student, no? So, kagaya mo, alam ko yung nararamdaman ng ganyan. What are the things or the best practices that I can share? One is, okay, realistically, pag nag-working student ka, sometimes you're working in a job na walang kinalalaman pa directly sa kurso mo. So what you do now is, you try to get as much learning as you can. One, sense of discipline. You try to learn ano ba yung mga skills na matututunan mo mula sa current na job mo. Halimbawa, if you're working in a fast food chain, okay? Let's give that as an example kasi karamihan ng mga working students, di ba, minsan sa fast food chain nagtatrabaho. Pag ganon ang iyong larangan, tapos ang kinukuha mo kunyari is accounting, finance, and so on. Okay? This is where you try to be more observant with what goes on. Halimbawa, paano ba yung pagkwenta? Paano ba yung ganon? And at the same time, you learn from the discipline that you get. Yung mga life skills. Does it teach you to be more flexible? Kasi di ba yung mga ganyan, you become flexible with your schedule, you become flexible with, mahirap kasi ang trabaho, mahirap ang, there are a lot of challenges that working students get. And I really appreciate people who are, really working so hard, to put themselves to school and so on. So try to get the things na pwede mong matutunan. Life skills, yun yung importante kasi at the end of the day, yung life skills na yan, makaka-apekto yan ng personality mo and it can affect the way, how you deal with life and jobs later on. So right now, yun muna. Always perform well. That's one thing. Always perform well because when companies do a background check, kahit pa dun sa mga previous na pinagtrabahuhan nyo, kahit saan pa yan, your performance will always talk for you. Yeah. I hope I answered your question, Ora. Thank you.
Thank you so much po.
Okay, thank you. Sir, may other question po? Ayaw na niya magpabanggit. I just want to know, what are the best way to present your personality during the job interviews? Thank you po.
Okay, the best way for you to show your personality in a job interview is one, be honest with answering questions. But, ito yung but dun sa be honest eh. Sometimes you have to know when to withhold information and how you deliver it. Okay? So, that's one. Well, yung mga ganyan kasi it's a totally different type of talk na yan altogether kasi ang answering in job interviews, for example, when I do that, I also talk about how you put your personality in. But just to make it quick, one, your personality can show in the way you dress when you show up for the interview, but always make sure na kung halimbawa ang personality mo is sobrang into yung dulo ng range, ika nga, yung talagang, halimbawa, excessive yung personality mo, ganyan. Huwag ka lang masyado maging showy, but you can still show it. For example, what am I saying? I'm a type of person, for example, na sobrang lively ang aking personality. Even in the way I dress, well, not today, I'm just wearing plain, but you open my cabinet, you will see a lot of prints, a lot of florals. So what do? I put my personality there, but if I know that yung kumpanya na pupuntahan ko medyo conservative, maglalagay ako ng coat para medyo ma-mute yung ano. So always research on the company before you go to that job interview kasi pag alam mo na yung sarili mo, alam mo na kung paano mo sila I don't want to say the word, okay. If you know what they are, then you will know how to tailor fit yourself so that you can show them that you are the most qualified person for the job. I hope I answered your question.
Okay. Maraming salamat, Sir JP, and I hope to see you again later. So, sir, meron pa tayong Sir JP mamayang hapon around 3:30 to 4:30. So,
No
iba naman yung
problem.
topic niya. It's about personality branding for employment naman, guys. So, pwede rin kayong manood. You can join Sir JP later sa kanyang career development webinar. So, our next speaker is thank you, Sir JP, and nice to see you again.
Thank you so much also.
Okay,
I need to jump off because I have another meeting. But thank you so much.
Opo, maraming salamat, Sir JP, and I'll see you again later. So our next speaker is, or our next industry speaker is from a provider of professional service in the Philippines for 99 years. Guys, 99 years. They seek for the highest quality and delivering the standard of audit, assurance, tax, and advisory service within and outside the Philippines. So their client is not just government agency, but leading corporation, both local and foreign, across different industry. There are more on financial services, technology, and information communication and entertainment, and consumer and industrial product services. So our speaker is a graduate our speaker is a graduate of not political science, I'm sorry, a graduate of Bachelor of Science with a degree in accountancy in this university, and at the same time, he is a member of the Philippine Institute of Certified Public Accountant, an assurance partner of the PwC or the PricewaterhouseCoopers Philippines, with a broad experience in auditing client in media, retail, entertainment, and gaming industries. He is a part of the PwC US Philadelphia office in 2012, where he audited US SEC listed company. So apart from being an assurance partner, Sir Dennis is an accredited member of the PwC Global Accounting Consulting Services, a virtual network and a partner and consultant whose primary objective is to facilitate and promote consistent application and interpretation of the IFRC throughout the PwC network. He further strengthened his technical expertise during the 2 years secondment as part of the ACS team of the PwC Singapore in 2014 and a resource speaker of IFRS and various internal and external seminar where his area of expertise is more on business combination and corporation organization, revenue, list, and impairment. And he had attended various local and foreign training program and courses covering IFRC. So please let's welcome our speaker for today, Mr. Dennis Malco. But first, let me share the screen for Mr. Malco. Wait lang po. Sir Dennis will be discussing about career and accounting. So, Sir Dennis, ready ka na
Hi,
po
good
ba?
morning.
So, let's welcome Mr. Dennis Malco, a graduate of cum laude from PUP Santa Mesa.
Hi, good morning. Good morning,
Good
everyone.
morning, sir. Good morning po.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Can you see my video? How about my video?
Sir, wala pa po nagpi-play.
Okay, later. Maybe later. Yeah.
Okay.
So again, good morning, everyone. Before I start, let me first thank you for inviting me once again to be part of an activity in PUP. The last time I was invited in PUP was during the accountancy week last year in 2021 to talk about IFRS updates. So when you say IFRS updates, we would talk about new standards, new amendments in the accounting standards, which might be relevant in the profession and will especially be very relevant for accounting students. And it's actually my bread and butter in PwC. I always get invited to talk about these things, but this time I was even more excited because Ma'am Cathy asked me to talk about career in accounting, which to me is very personal because then I get to share my experiences, all the experiences that I've been throughout my 13 years in the profession. And I hope to be able to share those with you and to inspire you to really power through accounting and eventually get your career in accounting. So I would say that this is the first time that somebody asked me to talk about non-technical matters. It's really easy to talk about technical because technical things are the things that you've studied throughout your college life. But when I got this invite for a non-technical session, I had to think about what I've been through in the last 13 years. I had to think about the network that I built, the people that I met throughout the years, especially accountants. I tried to summarize the different career options that you might consider eventually, and hopefully later on you really could be inspired and have an overview of the different career options within the profession. Another reason why I'm so excited about is because again, you are accounting students. I have deep personal connection to accounting students, and especially so that you are from my alma mater, from PUP. So I have a deep personal connection with PUP community, especially the College of Accounting. I would say that I wouldn't be where I am today without the College of Accounting and the professors that helped me throughout the years. So I want to stress this before we get into the details of the career options, that many accounting students have come before you who later found success in the profession. So you are very fortunate to walk the same path as them and become an accounting student of PUP. Siguro alam niyo na, di ba, thousands desire to be part of the PUP accounting program, but only few are chosen and destined to be here. So you are really lucky. So you should maximize that opportunity that has been given to you. I've met a lot of clients throughout my 13 years. There are CFOs, controller, finance heads of multinational companies who were graduates of PUP. And they are the most competent, humble, hardworking people I've met. And they will surely credit PUP and say that it was a big part of where they are now, just like myself. So again, I hope you are grateful for that opportunity. And I know that many of you are still anxious about the choice of accounting. You're still in doubt whether you've made the right choice. Those are normal, but first be grateful and celebrate the first big victory of becoming part of the PUP accounting program. You have a bright future ahead of you, and of course, I can't wait for you to explore them yourselves. So, of course, for now, you need to focus on your studies and hurdle the college life. It's going to be a very challenging ride. It's a very wild ride. I'm not sugarcoating that. The next 4 or 5 years will be the most challenging phase of your life, but it's going to be worth it. All the efforts are going to pay off eventually. So just focus, trust the process, surround yourself with like-minded people. It's going to be a very bumpy ride, but if you set your mind towards becoming an accountant, then nothing is impossible. So, depende na sa'yo what kind of accountant you want to become. Do you want to be an auditor? You want to be a tax advisor? You wanted to be an investment advisor? You want to work in the academe as a professor? You wanted to work in the government? First, you have to learn the fundamentals or the foundation. So that's what you have to power through in the next 4 or 5 years, including your review if you plan to take the board exam. So you can do that. And afterwards, after all of your efforts, a lot of opportunities await for you in the job market, and later I'll cover them today. Maybe before we go into the other career options, let me talk about my career first. One of the career options or field or sector that you can consider when you want to work already as an accountant is to work for an accounting firm. Accounting firms such as PwC or PricewaterhouseCoopers. So locally, we call ourselves Isla, Lipana and Company, a member firm of PwC or PricewaterhouseCoopers. Of course, there are many accounting firms in the Philippines. And a lot of them are also affiliated to foreign networks such as ourselves. When you say affiliated, meaning when you go to other countries, there are also other PwC offices. So a lot of accounting firms in the Philippines have foreign affiliations, but a lot are also considered as mid-tier or smaller firms. So the benefit of working in a large firm or those with foreign affiliations is that you get to also learn about foreign practices. Your methodologies, your practices, your processes, your controls within the company are typically patterned after your foreign affiliates. So you have a broader perspective on how certain things are done. Okay. So a lot of people, when you say accounting firms, they just think of us as auditors. Auditors, they say, okay, mga auditors. But in reality, auditing is just one of the many services that we offer. So it's not just auditing. There are many professionals in the firm with varying skills and degrees. So you can imagine the diversity of people and skill sets. So we have accountants, we have lawyers, tax advisors, economists, actuaries, IT professionals, and a lot more. So because we have varying skills and varying professionals, that allowed us to provide diverse services to companies. So personally, I am an auditor. I call myself an auditor and an accounting or IFRS expert. So I was hired in PwC in 2008, right after graduating from PUP in November. And then 2 years after, in PwC, I got promoted to senior associate position, or it's a supervisory role. During my senior associate years, I've been assigned or seconded to PwC US. And then I went back here after 6 months. I got promoted to manager position. Okay, and then during my manager days, I was again assigned or seconded to PwC Singapore for 2 years. I came back here, I got promoted to senior manager. And then 3 years after, I got promoted to a director position. And just last year, in July 2021, I got admitted to the partnership. So when you say you got admitted to the partnership, you're sort of considered as an owner of the firm, shareholder of the firm. So I'm one of the 34 partners in PwC Philippines. So that could already give you an indication of your path. If say you wanted to pursue a career in an auditing firm or become an auditor. So there are a lot of layers, there are a lot of promotions. Eventually, you could become a partner just like myself. Okay, as an auditor, ano yung ginagawa ng auditor? Our job is to, of course, audit the financial statements or numbers of companies. So if a company says that they have 1 million peso in revenue, then we have to perform certain procedures, audit procedures to validate whether they indeed have 1 million in their books as revenue. So after we have performed the audit, then we have to give an opinion whether they are clean or unqualified or with qualifications. When you say with qualifications, either there are material errors in the financial statements, whether the numbers are unauditable because they don't have complete records that we can audit. So the type of opinion depends on whether we have obtained sufficient evidence to prove that their financial statements are not materially misstated or erroneous. So siguro before narinig niyo yung phrase na yung mga accountants pag pumipirma, isang pirma lang magkakapera na. Hindi ko alam kung saan nanggaling yung phrase na yon, but in reality, before you can even sign off on any report or give opinion, that will take rigorous process, a lot of manpower hours, and procedures before you can even sign. Diba? Yung pagpirma, mabilis lang naman pumirma, pero maraming responsibility na attached to it. So that's why you have to really be sure whenever you sign off on the financial statements, you have to be sure that if anyone questions or checks the financial statements, then you can really prove that the numbers are correct and there are no material errors in the numbers. So after all, we are providing credibility to the numbers or financials of the company. Diba? Whenever someone signs off on the report, whenever an external party or auditor signs off on the report, then the report becomes more credible compared when a company just releases their figures without somebody vetting the numbers. So you might be wondering, ano yung difference nyo sa COA, sa Commission on Audit? Commission on Audit is sort of, essentially, when you say work on audit, essentially the same. However, COA's main purpose is really to audit government agencies and instrumentalities. Whereas for external auditor, just like PwC, our main responsibility is more towards audits of private companies or private sector. So the methodology and framework may be bit different, but the overall objective is somewhat similar. You're lending credibility to someone else's figures. So if you wanted to audit government agencies or instrumentalities, then you might consider COA rather than external accounting firm. So just like what I said, there are other services that we offer apart from audit. We have tax services, we have consultancy services. So when you say tax department, we have different subgroups or different services that we offer within that department. We have tax consulting. So whenever a company has complex tax matters, complex transactions, and they wanted to know the related or the tax consequences, then they would typically engage our services to help them figure out the consequences of that particular transaction. Another example is whenever they have tax assessments, whenever they get a letter from the BAR requesting them to pay tax deficiencies or interest, typically before they get back to BAR and pay those assessments, penalties, deficiencies, they would engage an accounting firm to help them sort out, respond, and manage the letters or assessments from the BAR. We also have tax compliance. So if they wanted to check whether the company complies with tax rules and regulations, whether they have gaps in their processes regarding how they tax certain transactions, then they would also engage us on that. We also do preparation of tax returns. So this is more common for small companies who don't have dedicated personnel preparing tax returns for the company. Then they might engage a third party to help them prepare tax returns for filing with the BAR. So there are a lot more services within tax department. We also have deals department. Deals, when you say deals, it's typically related to M&A or mergers and acquisitions transactions. So whenever a company wanted to buy another company or wanted to dispose part of their shares or they wanted to divest in one of their businesses, then they might consider engaging us to maximize the value of the transaction. So we also have business recovery services, business recovery. So whenever a company is in a distress situation, during the pandemic, a lot of companies have struggled or have become distressed. They were not able to pay off their debts or loans or borrowings. So when you say distressed, they try to maximize the value, or they try to think of ways on how they can recover from that situation. So they would typically engage us to assist them on that. I can say that audit or working on an accounting firm is a good foundation for those who wanted to put into practice the things or the theories that they've learned throughout college. Kasi the good thing with audit or working in an accounting firm is you get to work with a lot of clients. Sobrang dami mong clients. So those clients may have different challenges, different questions. They are from different industries and sectors. So you get to be well-rounded. You really get to apply the things that you've learned during college. Mahirap siya. I would say that it's really one of the hardest career options when you compare that with other career options. That's why only few people get to really stay in audit for many years. Yung iba, few years lang nag-resign na sila. I think it really depends on the individual. So if you enjoy audit, then you can consider it as a long-term career option for you. It could also be a good career option if you wanted to be sent abroad for international assignments. So meaning non-permanent siya, an accounting firm would send you out abroad for a few years or a few months in their other offices for you to try working in other environment. So throughout my 14 years in the firm, I have been sent to other PwC offices in PwC US and PwC Singapore. The good thing with international assignment is that you get to work with other professionals with different cultures and backgrounds. So when I was seconded in US, I got to work with nationalities from Africa, from South Africa, from Kenya. I've also worked with people from Spain, from France. So you become more well-rounded and you really get to appreciate working with other nationalities, being involved in different cultures. In audit, you have the opportunity, in accounting firm, you have the opportunity to work or pursue your passion for things related to technical standards. For myself, I wanted to teach people about accounting. I have a passion for teaching accounting topics or accounting standards. So aside from being an auditor in PwC, the firm asked me to also become a facilitator or instructor in our internal and external training. So whenever a client requests for training relating to updates in accounting standards, the company would usually send me out to do the training for the clients. Some of our people in the firm have passion for teaching also. That's why they've requested to become part-time professors or part-time instructors. So you can also explore that. So that really depends on your negotiation with the company. And of course, you just have to know what you're passionate about. Another, maybe I can flash a quick summary of the several sectoral organizations or sectoral groups within accounting so that you have an overview of the different career options within accounting. Let me just quickly pull out my presentation. Okay. Can you all see my screen now?
Yes, sir.
Showing the different sectoral groups. Yeah.
Yes, po.
So I've talked about the public practice, where I said that there are different services being offered or different subgroups. So you have audit, you have tax, you have consultancy. So the second sectoral group is on the commerce and industry. I would say that this is the most diverse given the varying industries and needs for accountant in those industries. So within the commerce and industries, graduates can be part of the company's financial reporting team or FR team. When you say FR team or financial reporting team, their main responsibility is to oversee recording, bookkeeping, closing, in the reporting of companies' financial numbers. So they are really the ones who process, who records, and reports the financial numbers of the company. So the main difference between being in a commerce and industry sector is that you only get to work for one company. So when you say I'm working for a private company, I'm in the commerce, you are just working for that particular client or company. As opposed to being an audit where you get to work with different clients or different companies. So good thing about working in private companies, you really get to appreciate, you really get to know the company in detail. So if you're assigned to work on a specific account, say you're assigned to work on, say, collection or billing and collection, then you really get to appreciate the whole process, the ins and outs of that process. So there are really more appreciation about the processes and controls within the company. If you don't want to work in a financial reporting team, you don't want to work on bookkeeping or closing, then you can be part of financial planning and budgeting in a company. So typically we call it the financial planning and budgeting team, or FP&B or FP&A, financial planning and analysis team. Unlike FR team, they are usually involved in crunching the numbers and tracking and evaluating their financial goals and mapping out their financial plans. So typically, ginagawa nila would be budget versus actual. So they prepare a forecast or a budget of the numbers of the company for the year. Then they would compare the actual against the budget and make some analysis, make some adjustments in their budgets and in their plan. So typically, yung work nila involves financial forecasting, cash flow analysis, and a lot more. Of course, yung work varies depending on the needs and size of the company. Okay. Aside from the two, you can also work on an internal audit within the company. So internal audit, their main responsibility is to check whether there are controls and processes within the organizations and whether they are designed and operating effectively. So this work entails a good understanding of the company's processes and controls. So there are a lot of technical skills involved in this, and a lot of work hours or activities surround detailed understanding of the company's processes and control. So a lot of big organizations have their own internal audit team, and a lot of those are accounting graduates. So this could really be a good career option as well. There are a lot more within commerce and industry, but I think you will get to appreciate them, the different roles, better as you progress throughout your respective courses. So maraming terminologies within the commerce and industries that I'm afraid you won't really get to appreciate because you don't know yet the different terminologies or jargons within accounting. So there are cost accountants, treasury accountants. Later on, you get to appreciate what are those different type of accountants. Okay, the jobs that I mentioned for commerce and industries are not limited to companies operating in the Philippines. A lot of multinational companies have also started opening shared service centers and BPOs here in the Philippines. So accountants in the Philippines may also be exposed to transactions or operations originating in other countries but are being processed here in the Philippines. So hindi na siya limited sa transactions originating in the Philippines. Rather, you will be exposed to foreign transactions as well when you work for shared service centers or BPOs. Di ba before, a lot of processes and functions being outsourced to the Philippines relate to customer service and customer management. Hence the rise of call center industry in the Philippines, right, which caters or performs services related to customer service and customer management. However, nowadays, even accounting jobs are being outsourced in the Philippines, mainly because we have a good pool of excellent accountants in the Philippines whose skills can be compared with those from abroad. So you can expect that to be one of your career options, working for those shared service centers or BPO. Minsan may ma-meet kayo na accountants whose work shifts are mid shifts or night shifts. Those typically work for shared service centers or BPOs because they have to cater to their foreign affiliates whose time zones may be different. They are also a very good career option for us accountants. Okay. Another good career option, of course, would be a career in the government at the bottom of the sectoral organizations. Career in the government. I've already mentioned COA, the Commission on Audit, who audits government agencies and instrumentalities. Another organization or another government agency where accountants could work is in BSP or Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. So as you know, the main BSP is the main government agency supervising banks and other financial institutions. So as they supervise banks and other financial institutions, they have a good pool of bank examiners who typically have accounting backgrounds. So when you say bank examiners, they are similar to auditors. They sort of perform certain procedures to examine the books, records, processes, controls of banks and other financial institutions. Another agency is the Insurance Commission. Insurance Commission, the main difference with BSP is that Insurance Commission looks after insurance companies in the Philippines, such as those in the life, non-life insurance, pre-need, HMOs. So they also hire a good number of accountants to help them supervise or oversee insurance companies. And of course, BAR, the Bureau of Internal Revenue. As you are aware, BIR is the main agency in charge of collecting taxes for the Philippine government. Similar to BSP, they also have examiners and personnel in charge of assessing and enforcing collection of taxes. And those are typically accounting graduates or have accounting backgrounds. So later on in your, as you progress through accounting, you will get to appreciate the different tax rules and regulations. You'll have a good understanding of the taxation system in the Philippines. Then BRR could be one of the good career options for you. Okay. And of course, career in the academe. So if you have a passion for teaching, just like your professors and myself, you can find a career in the academe. So I'm sure your professors will have more things to say about this career option. But personally, this is the one career option that I would have pursued had I not been hired in PwC. I think in teaching, you will have the opportunity to create a real impact in the society, mainly because teachers or professors help shape the mind of our future professionals in the field, or even in various fields. With teaching, you have to be constantly aware or up to date on the latest developments in the profession so that you can effectively perform the role. So that is the reason why I have such a high regard to our professionals in the academe, and I hope someday that I get the chance to become part of the academic sector, probably on a part-time basis. Just like what I said, if I was not hired in PwC, probably I'm also a professor and also probably teaching accounting, which I really love and have passionate about. Okay. So we've gone through the different sectoral groups, different career options. I did not go through the different names, different jargons, because I think you will really get to appreciate them once you go through the course. Siguro yung last part na lang is my advice for you. We still have a few more minutes. My advice for you, one of which is to nourish your relationships. There are lots of passionate and like-minded people in PUP. So even in a virtual setup, grow your network, build strong and lasting relationship with your classmates and batchmates. Those classmates, batchmates, professors will eventually help you, teach you, go through hardships with you. So it's really important to build network and relationships with them. You should treat each day as a learning opportunity. So wag niyong sasabihin na, okay, this task or this particular activity is too simple or too small. No task or activity is too big or too small. Each activity teaches something that will be worthwhile for your career or personal development. So it could teach you a technical skill. It could teach you a soft skill. It could teach you an interpersonal skill. So treat each activity or task as a learning opportunity. Okay, trust that your mentors, your professors always have your back. There are challenging times. As I've said, it's going to be a bumpy ride. There are challenging times and moments when you feel inadequate, tired, exhausted. First, you have to rest, but also think of your professors and classmates are there to help you. Your families are also there to help you. And you need not keep things to yourself. You have a good support system in PUP and the community. And you have to trust that while you don't get to see each other face to face, they always have your best interests in mind, even at a virtual setup. So you just have to really reach out to people. You should keep things to yourself. Sobrang hirap, and there are times na feel mo hindi mo na kakayanin, hindi mo na kaya mag-power through, but you just have to take step one at a time, one task, one assignment, one activity at a time. And before you know it, tapos na yung course nyo. So think of the things that you enjoy doing and think of how you can incorporate that into your work or into your course or your activities. Sa akin, personal tip ko or yung ginawa ko ng college, because I really enjoy teaching. I really enjoy talking to people. What I did in college is that all of my studies, I do them at home. And then when I go to the school in PUP, I take the time to really teach my classmates, to really interact with them, brainstorm with them, so that I can help them and also reconfirm what I have learned. So that way, I get to build my relationship with my classmates, and later on, that proved to become very valuable as I worked in PwC. Kasi when you're used to teaching, when you're used to throwing ideas or exchanging ideas with other people, then teaching or instructing becomes very easy for you. So I hope you could think of a way on how you can incorporate the things that you're passionate about, the things that you enjoy a lot. Think of ways on how you can incorporate them into your studies so that you can also enjoy studying. So if you wanted to listen to music, if you wanted to anything that you want to do outside of study, think of how you can incorporate them into your study, because there are really a lot of reading. There are really lots to read in accounting. Lot to read, analyze, and you have to focus. You have to allot time in a day to focus on the things that you have to learn or read in a day. So hindi pa pwede yung kung kailan lang may exam, doon lang mag-aaral. Even if you don't have exam, try to flip your book and learn things. Kasi sobrang madami kayong pag-aaralan, madami kayong cover, especially during board exam, if you plan to take the board exam. So you have to pace yourself and you have to always plan ahead in your studies. I think that would be all. I hope I managed to impart a number of lessons to you this morning. Some of these things will slip your mind the moment you exit the Zoom. But I hope I have sparked your interest on the very interesting career that awaits you after graduation. So it's really a joy seeing passionate students, and I hope I get to work with some of you someday in PwC when you've decided to pursue a career in accounting or in audit. Diba? You will never know. I might be able or I might have a chance to work with some of you in the future in PwC. So yeah, some of those things I don't think you will remember, but please do remember that accounting is one of the best career options present in the Philippines, and just really have to power through and complete the course and eventually reap off the benefits that await you. Yeah, that's all.
Maraming salamat, Sir Dennis. So, guys, may tanong ba tayo kay Sir Dennis? Sir Dennis, ako may tanong.
Sure.
Could we invite you to become part of the the PUP Baliksintang Paaralan, the PUP Alumni Webinar Series? Kasi as PUP
Sure.
alumni, pwede po namin kayong invite to talk about pwede pong any area of your specialization, auditing. So, may konting skills din na po pwede rin si ating mga estudyante ngayon na makarelate. Halimbawa, sir, pwede nyo silang turuan ng basic ng auditing.
Yeah, sure.
Parang instant
I've actually been
lecture.
invited before in PUP for a number of topics, but those are all related to technical topics, not so much on non-technical or soft skills. I'd love to talk about those things, and I'd be honored to be part of that. Is that a group or
No, sir. It's a webinar series.
It's a
Normally,
webinar
it's for the
series.
notable alumni po. So,
Yeah, sure.
you can
I'd
be
be
a
happy
part of
to.
it po.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. So, mag-i-email po kami sa inyo and kukunin po namin kay Ma'am Cathy yung contact information nyo para po to formally invite you to join us or to grace our office on this Baliksintang Paaralan, the PUP Alumni Webinar Series. Okay, so guys, may tanong ba tayo kay Sir Dennis? By the way, sir, ang PwC po ba, meron po ba silang OJT at welcome po ba ang ating mga estudyante from the College of Accountancy and Finance and College of Arts and Letters?
Yes, I think Ma'am Cathy has already brought that up to our HC team. We are already in the process of drafting that memorandum, Ma'am Cathy, right? Where PUP
Yes, sir.
gets to send people for internship in PwC.
Okay. Welcome din po ba, sir, ang taga-PUP branches? Kasi by the way, we do have from PUP Maragondon, we also do have from PUP Calauan and San Pedro. Ang alam ko, lahat po sila ay may College of Accountancy. So, pwede po ba silang virtual OJT sa inyo kahit na located sila somewhere down there or somewhere up there?
Yes, of course.
Ma'am
It's
Jane.
not limited to the main
Yes
office.
po.
Maybe after
Ma'am
the
Jane, can I?
Yeah,
Yes,
sure.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am, Kat.
Yeah, we have a memorandum of agreement with PwC, Isla Lipana and Company, PwC, and one MOA for the whole departments of PUP, not only for the College of Accountancy here in the main office, but including branches. So
Okay.
I know that PwC, they has the partners behind PwC have a big heart for PUP. And we know that because the chairman himself is a graduate also of PUP. So with that, thank you so much, Sir Dennis, for accepting our invitation and for being our partners in our on-the-job training program. For this semester, we have around 90 students deployed in PwC. Thank you so
Wow,
much.
that's great. So at least, sir. So guys, yung iba sa inyo alam ko is per share pa lang. So kung 99 years na ang PwC plus 3 pa. So 100 plus years na pagdating nyo ng 4th year at pag may OJT na kayo. Tama ba? So, at least meron na kayong isang industry partners mayroon na tayong isang industry partners who are opening their arm para sa OJT nyo. Okay po. May tanong po ba kayo? Ma'am, can I have one po? Mr. Kent Hidalgo, may question daw siya, sir? Kenneth or Kent? Mr. Hidalgo?
Hi, sorry po. Is this Sir Dennis po ba yung question
Yes,
po?
sir.
Hi,
Okay.
hi sir. By the way, I love your talks. Yeah, like yung mga about sa accounting system in stuff like that. Pero sir, I just have a question. Pero this is supposed to be for Sir JP, pero na-late na pa ng basa. Pero I hope na masagot mo po siya. So ito nga, since this year, I've been consistently taking side hustles seriously. Like I've submanaged pay to earn accounts for some investors. Although I'm still trying to look for some work from home freelance jobs where I can earn maybe siguro paggabi. I'm still currently a college student, but third year specifically po. Although I'm an IT practitioner, hindi po siya financial literate. I couldn't feel the sense of passion to pursuing this career kasi like maybe the lack of excitement as much as I'm doing right now or the people I hang out with. Pero even though I have a wide range of knowledge when it comes to input technology, I am rather much more interested in personal finance and basically about financial literatures. And I feel blessed and glad to got a chance to talk with financial content creators like Nicole Alba or kaya si Ma'am Charm De Leon. But I feel like is this like 4 years of studies? Sorry, is this 4 years of studies is a waste or like existing my dilemma ko lang na I just have? Sorry, para hindi ko ma-sugarcoat minsan, mga thoughts ko.
If I may ask, what's your specific course in accounting? Are you taking?
I'm not an accounting sir, related sir. Wala po talaga. I'm an IT professional po ngayon.
Okay. If you're interested in personal finance, financial literacy, then an accounting course would really be a good fit for you. If you also wanted to get a career in accounting or get a career in a finance-related profession, then I would say that a course in accounting would be the best fit for you. The good thing about accounting is you don't really have to work in an accounting firm or any finance department for you to maximize that course.
Right.
You can actually work in other departments within an organization that require an accountant and still be able to maximize your accounting knowledge. You can put up your own business and be able to maximize your accounting knowledge, because in accounting you get to learn about, say for example, taxation, which is not typically being taught in other courses, right? In accounting you get to learn about the the basic laws on business transactions, which are not being offered as part of other courses curriculum. So even if you don't want to pursue a career in accounting, you'll have a lot of valuable lessons for you to be able to really maximize your personal finances or become an investment advisor or finance advisor for other people.
Right.
If you're more
Yes, sir.
passionate about those things.
Yes, because hirap na talaga kasi mag-isip kung ipapursue ba talaga yung IT ko. Like, dilemma na talaga siya, kumbaga. Like, share ko lang, siguro yun talaga.
Yeah. Or if you've already spent a lot of time in your IT course and you just wanted to sort of top up your knowledge with accounting, then you can take a supplementary course maybe after you've completed your IT course.
Sir, what about internship programs like mga ganong PPI or ano? Siguro naman nag-offer sila kahit di po sila accounting background mo. Like ganun.
Sorry, can you clarify that, Kip?
I'm sorry, since nakita kasi ako sa YouTube channel lang sa kakilala ko po. Hindi po siya, sa kanya kasi political science po siya na yung course niya. But ang mga in-internship programs na sinasalihan niya po, like Taxumo and PPI, there are about finance po. Pero di po related din po niya po sa.
Yeah. I think kasi yung mga short courses na yun only offer you basic skills or basic tools related to that particular area. The good thing about accounting kasi is you get to have a more in-depth knowledge or understanding of the rules or of the course or of the topic more deep dive yung discussions when you
Oh, I
study
see.
in schools rather than when you take yung mga short courses.
Right.
Unless siguro you spend months in attending those short classes, that might give you skill set beyond the basic skills being offered in those short courses. Pero if they're only for a few days, they might not be sufficient. So I still would recommend for you to take longer courses.
Yeah, sir. I guess so. Okay. Okay, I'll take that. I'll take it as an advice po.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Knowledge. Thank you, sir.
Some more questions?
Okay, may questions pa po ba? Mukhang wala na, sir, and there mukhang wala na. Wala na rin, sir. Wala rin po tayong question from our stream or the PUP Career Center Facebook page. So, I guess maliwanag pa sa sikat ng araw at na-absorb ng ating mga estudyante from the College of Accountancy, PUP branch and campuses, College of Arts and Letters, College of Education, yung ating topic. And at the same time, yung shinare ni Sir Dennis sa atin. Okay, sir, maraming salamat and we'll see you again on the PUP Balik Sintang Paaralan, the PUP Alumni Webinar Series. Maraming salamat din, Ms. Kat, for
Welcome. Thank you
bridging
again.
with us, Sir Dennis.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, so guys, can
Thank
you
you.
give a virtual clap to
you,
Sir
ma'am.
Dennis? Or a heart?
Thank you, Sir
O, virtual
Denny.
clap tayo. Wow, dumadami, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, maraming salamat. So, our next speaker is one of the platform. He will discuss about, wait lang ha. He will discuss about e-resume writing and informational services. Our Kim Chu with an A. So let's welcome, or first let's watch the AVP of the Jobs 180.
There are 3 easy steps in creating your resume link. Let me show you how.
Lang guys ha, nagkaroon tayo ng konting technical problem po. Okay.
There are 3 easy steps in creating your resume link. Let me show you how.
Step 1. Register. Go to www.jobs180.com using any browser and click Register Now. Fill out all the information needed.
Nagkaka-technical problem po tayo. Hindi ko alam kung sa internet ba ito. So,
Hi, Ma'am
guys,
Jane.
let's welcome the Kim Chu of the Alumni Relation and Career Development Office, Mr. Kim Chua of Jobs 180.
Thank you, Ma'am Jane. Good morning po, everyone. I saw that the video wasn't playing. So tama po. Well, una sa lahat, I'll try to play the video, no, as we start. But tama po, narinig nyo. Lagi ako nagbibiro at binibiro ko parati ni Ma'am Jane. Pangalan ko talaga ay Kim Chu. May no, hindi Kim Chu lang. So for this remaining session this morning, allow me to share with you itong tinatawag nating most secured tool for your online application. Now, it might be too early pa at this point because you're still in your freshman or sophomore years, pero you can already use this, no? Lalo na sa virtual setting ngayon. So, allow me to share my screen para, teka lang, share ko na yung screen ko at matest na natin kung pwede ba tong ma-play yung video rin. Okay, so let me share the sound. Let me go to the screen here. Okay, alright. I just need you to use your emoticons, whatever emoticons you want to share. Pag nakita nyo na yung screen ko, pag naka-up na siya at kung nagpe-play na siya. Ayan. So I think it is already up. So let me do a full screen. So I hope you're all safe there. Kung saan man kayo ngayon, pagpasensya na tong COVID na to, no? Ibang level talaga, nakakainis. Hanggang ngayon, nasa bahay pa rin tayo. So, pero wala tayong magawa, no? Safety is still our priority. So we want to make sure lang that lahat tayo safe, no? Mabuti na safe kaysa sorry, sabi nga. So let me play this video. Okay, try to watch it first.
There are 3 easy steps in creating a resume link. Let me show you how.
Step 1. Register. Go to www.jobs180.com using any browser and click Register Now. Fill out all the information needed. In choosing your resume link, use your full name so that it looks professional and it's easy to recall by potential employers. For example, Antonio Juan de la Cruz .jobs180.com. Step 2. Create and design. When creating your resume, make sure to complete your personal information and upload your profile picture. One of the highlights of the resume link is the portfolio section. In the portfolio section, you can show off your skills by uploading samples of your work like documents, pictures, videos, and your social media links.
Your resume link also features different themes and you can upload a cover photo. This is a combination of a cover letter and a social network cover photo. Here is an example. You can also download a copy of your resume link and print it. Step 3. Apply for a job. There are many ways to apply with your resume link.
First is browsing the job recommendations in your Jobs 180 dashboard.
If you're qualified, click Submit Resume Link. So what are you waiting for? Dress up your next generation resume, stand out brightly among the competitive job seekers in the market, and win the heart of your future employers using Resume Link.
Ayan. So you were able to watch the video and I hope may sound naman lumabas kasi wala naman nag-react sa inyo kung walang sound. And so para sa mga hindi nakasabay dun sa video, ito, kukwento ko na sa inyo ano to in detail. Ayan, okay? And I'm sure some of you might have questions later on. Just in case na meron kayong questions, feel free to put it sa chat or maybe we have an open forum, a quick Q&A later, no? After itong segment natin. Okay? So, simulan ko na. Ito na, share na natin to. So, ano ba tong resume link na itong sinasabi ko? Now, before I share this to you, meron akong checklist para mas makarelate kayo, no? Para mas makarelate kayo. Dahil ang daming mga apps ngayon ino-offer left and right. Pag kayo nagutom, ang daming mga apps, 'di ba? Napakabilis magpa-deliver. Kung may kailangan kayong bilhin, hindi na kailangan pumunta sa grocery or pumunta sa malls. Maraming apps diyan, 'di ba? So ganoon din ang pagdating sa pagharap ng trabaho or sa paghahanap ng mga possible opportunities. No? Kagaya ng mga ibang previous speakers na nag-share sa inyo, I will also share with you something that is I think very very useful. No, with this day and age especially. So, ang tanong ko ngayon, ito yung checklist na kailangan nyo tignan muna. Ibangga nyo sa checklist nyo kung nagtutugma ba. Una, do you want to stand out? No, hindi lang ngayon, later on, no, pag nag-apply kayong trabaho for internship, for whatever possible opportunities, gusto nyo ba mapansin kayo kagad ng HR? And I'm sure the answer there is yes. definitely gusto mo mapansin, gusto mo makita ka kagad ng HR para ikaw yung unang tatawagin or papansinin, di ba? Now, this tool helps you to do that, no? It will make you stand out immediately. Another thing that this tool can do for you is that it consolidates all the information into one file. So hindi mo na kailangang problemahin ang dami pang mga information, di ba? Minsan may academic records ka, meron kang mga medical records, government IDs, whatever file, may portfolio. Ang dami mo kailangan i-send sa HR, dami-daming files. This time, you can put them all together in one file. O, ayos, di ba? O, meron pa. Another thing in this checklist is that you want the process to be more efficient. Ibig sabihin, mas mabilis yung pag-a-apply nyo, mas mabilis kayo sagutin ng mga HR. Sino ba naman sa inyo gusto pinapaasa? O, di ba? Wala may gusto wala nagpapaasa, di ba? At saka ayaw nyo rin naman na pinapaasa kayo. Kami as an HR, ganun din 'yan. Hangga't maaari, pag kami nag-apply, sagutin na natin kaagad kung sa tingin namin pasado or hindi. Magkaalaman na. Huwag na natin pahirapan pa, di ba? Okay? So, this tool also helps you to do that. Now, another thing, mukha lang akong salesman pero wala akong binibenta sa inyo. Okay? Libre po itong tool na ito. Wala itong bayad. Okay? This is absolutely for free. Okay? And the most important item in my checklist is that this tool helps you to be more secured with your information. And I'm sure ito yung sagot nyo sa tanong na, do you want your info to be secured? Siguro naman sagot nyo ay yes, di ba? Lalo na sa panahon ngayon. So this tool allows you to do that. So ano ba tong tool na ito? Dami ko sinasabi kanina pa. Diretso na tayo. Ito na yan. This is now dubbed as the most secured resume platform. Ang tawag dito ay Resume Link. This is a personalized URL. It is a link that anyone can open online anytime. Okay, so let me use an example. Kung ikaw si John Santos, ang resume link mo pwede maging johnsantos.jobs180.com. Ganun lang kasimple. Yan na ang resume mo. Yan ang resume link mo. So how do you do that? Okay, so shout out ako sa audience. Sige, hindi daw ikaw si John Santos. Ikaw si Ma'am Kayla Lahum. Oh, I hope tama yung pagkasabi ko. So shout out to you, Ma'am Kayla. Kung ikaw si Ma'am Kayla Lahum, ang inyong resume link pwede maging kaylalahum.jobs180.com. Oh, sample lang yan. Okay? So how do you make one? Okay, there are 3 simple steps. Kung hindi nyo napanood yung video kanina, kukwento ko na sa inyo in detail. 3 lang po yung steps natin. The first step is free to register. How do you register? This is absolutely for free. Wala itong bayad. Libre po ito. Pumunta lang kayo sa link na pinapakita ko sa screen ngayon. schools.jobs180.com/PUP. Huwag na kayo magtaka kung bakit PUP dahil kayo ay taga PUP. Tama, 'di ba? So huwag na kayo kumontra. Yan po yung link na yan. Just try to write this down or try to take a picture or screenshot yung kung ano man gadget gamit nyo. Take a screenshot para hindi nyo makalimutan. Okay, yan na po yung shortcut link. Go to schools.jobs180.com/PUP and on the upper right side of the screen, you see register. Pwede kayo dyan mag-register ng inyong resume link. Now, kung sakali lang hindi mo nalala tong link na ito dahil sobrang haba, okay, ang bilis ko magsalita, hindi mo na picture, hindi mo na screenshot, pwede ka rin pumunta sa website ng jobs180.com. That's www.jobs180.com at doon kayo mag-register. Okay? And syempre, piliin nyo yung school niyo, Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Okay? PUP. Main campus. Okay? At kung depende kung anong campus kayo, baka may ibang nakikinig dito na taga-ibang campus. Okay? Di, piliin nyo yung campus nyo. Okay? Next, as you register, you have to start to fill out the information. These are very basic information lang which normally takes you less than 2 minutes. Tapos ka na. Okay? Lagay mo lang dyan yung educational background mo, account information mo, personal information mo. At kung meron kang work experience, pupunta ka sa step number 4. Kung wala kang work experience, wag mo ititik yung may work experience. Wala kang work experience, hindi ka na. Tapos ka na sa 3 pages lang. Okay? So as you do this, ano pa importante kailangan maalala? Kailangan mo gumawa ng resume link. Okay? As you register, you have to create a resume link. At ano ba yung basis ng resume link? Kadalasan, ang basis ng resume link is pangalan mo. Okay? Yeah, normally, that's your unique name. So halimbawa lang, kung ikaw shout out ako ulit kung ikaw si Angel Orihuela, ayan, I hope I said it correctly. No? Kung ikaw si Ma'am Angel Orihuela, shout out to you. Ang resume link mo pwede maging angelorihuela.jobs180.com. Na kung sakali lang may katukayo ka, eksakto ka pangalan mo, Angel Orihuela. Eksakto. No? Nga lang, ibang tao yun. Ano nangyari? Ang mangyari dyan, magkakaroon ng red na box. Sasabihin niya, this name has already been taken. O okay, malungkot pag narinig nyo taken, nalungkot kagad kayo. Okay lang kung taken na. Okay, kailangan nyo lang maging konting creative. Okay, paano kayo magiging creative? Pwede mo balik ta rin ngayon. Pwede mo gawin orihuelaangel.jobs180.com. O kaya pwede mo gawin A Orihuela. O kaya pwede mo gawin siya Orihuela A. O gusto mo A-O o kaya O-A. O depende kung ano gusto mo gawin. Basta importante wala kang kapareho kahit kung may kapangalan. Okay? Paalala ko lang yan. Now, wag din kayong OA. Oh, speaking of OA, biro lang ha, Ma'am Angel. Speaking of overacting, OA, no? Ibig ko lang sabihin is, wag kayong maging over-creative. Kasi may iba sa inyo, pinagjo-joke time niyo yung mga pangalan niyo eh. Basta inyo gagawin niyo cutie pie. Lalagyan niyo lover boy, Barbie doll, 'di ba? Yan. Yung iba sa inyo tingin niyo sa sarili niyo poging-pogi kayo. So lalagyan mo diyan boss pogi. O, 'di ba? It doesn't sound professional. Imagine mo na lang nag-apply ka ng trabaho. Binigay mo yung resume link mo sa kumpanya. Syempre mag-ask yung HR, do you have a resume? Tapos bibigay mo yung resume link mo sa kanya. Pag binigay mo sa kanya, makita niya doon El Diablo. 'Di ba? Baka naman matakot yung HR, baka hindi ka na i-process. 'Di ba? So never ever do something like this. Yan ang ibig ko sabihin. Do not overdo it. Just stick to your name. Whatever your name is, it will sound professional. Okay? Now, moving forward, as you register, you have to use a valid email. Ano yung mga valid email? Yung mga email na nabubuksan natin kagaya ng Yahoo, Gmail, Outlook, whatever email. Basta wag kang gagamit ng email na @facebook.com na email. Huwag mong gamitin yung example lang michael@facebook.com na email. Huwag kang gagamit ng jennifer@facebook.com na email. Kasi pag ginamit mo yung @facebook.com na email, you will no longer be able to receive notifications being sent to you by the companies as well as jobs180.com. Kailangan yung email na bubuksan nyo para mabasa nyo dyan yung mga invitation sa inyo ng mga companies. Pati na rin ni Jobs 180 kung may mga notification. Okay? Malinaw. Now, another important thing why you have to use a valid email is for you to be able to verify na ikaw talaga ang nag-register ng account na yan. So, paano mo gagawin yung pag-verify mo? Puntahan mo lang email mo. Pagbukas mo sa email, hanapin mo yung verification link, i-click mo lang yung verify now, then you're done with the first step. O, tapos na. Tapos na ang first step. O, diba? Ano ba yung first step? Simple lang. Register. Okay? Para sa mga makakalimutin, ang first step is to register. Okay? Yan ang first step. Second step is the most logical of all the steps. Ito yung pinaka logical. Bakit ko sinabing importante na kayo ay mag-complete na information? Very logical to complete the information is because when you submit your information to a company, hanggat maaari, huwag nyo na sila pahulaan pa. Hanggat maaari, lahat ng details mo nandyan na para nga magkaalaman na kung okay or hindi. Di ba? Wala na yung mga paasa moments. Okay? Ayan. Narinig ko yung iba sa inyo na hindi naka-mute. Hindi ko alam kung meron ba kayong comments or something. Paki-mute lang muna, tapos paki-lagay lang sa chat kung meron kayong gusto itanong later on. Okay? Ayan. So, balik lang tayo sa ating step 2. So, paano mo i-kumpletuhin yung information natin? Pumunta kayo ulit dito sa link na pinakita ko. O, sa mga hindi pa nakapag-screenshot kanina, gawin nyo na ngayon. schools.jobs180.com/PUP. This time around, hindi mo na kailangan mag-register ulit. Kasi meron ka na account. Huwag ka na register. Meron ka na Sa isa lang. No? After that, ano gagawin natin? Pwede ka na mag-login. So, pag nag-login ka sa account mo, you start to put in your information na. Now, just in case lang nakalimutan mo nga itong link na ito kasi medyo mahaba, hindi mabilis matandaan, pwede ka pumunta sa website ng jobs180.com. That's www.jobs180.com at doon kayo mag-login. Okay? Pag login mo, ano mangyayari? You start to fill in the blanks. Now, at this point, hindi ko na ito iisa-isahin. Obvious naman, di ba? Ano dapat ilagay dyan? Pag nakita mo dyan nakalagay address, malamang address nyo. Hindi yung address ng kapitbahay mo or address ng pinsan mo. Alis, magkasama kayo ng bahay ng pinsan mo. Di ba? So, pag nakita mo yung mga information nandyan, contact details, siyempre sa inyo yan. Hindi yung contact details ng boyfriend mo or girlfriend mo. Di ba? Hindi naman sila tatawagan. Ikaw yung tatawagan. Okay? So, you put the information here. Now, I want to emphasize lang some of the most important parts here na kadalasan nakakalimutan ng isang aplikante or isang job seeker. Kadalasan, no, na miss out nila. So ano tong mga information na ito? Ayan, meron din na naka-unmute ulit. Baka may nakapindot ng unmute. Ayan, may parang static pa. Okay na. Ngayon malinaw na ulit. Okay, so going back. Paalala ko lang, no, ito yung some of the most important parts here na laging nakakalimutan ng isang aplikante. So ano 'yan? Una, doon sa contact details, lagay mo lahat dito yung ng HR. Lahat ng pwedeng paraan. So all the possible means. Example, di ba? Phone number, mobile number. Most of the time, we call it sa cellphone, pero ito yung reaction ng mga aplikante. Most of the time, you don't answer the call, especially if you don't know the person calling you. Pag nag-ring yung phone, ano nangyayari? Ring. Hala, sino kaya ito? Hindi ko to kilala. Ano gagawin? Magtititigan na lang. Tititigan na lang yung cellphone hanggang matapos mag-ring. Di ba? At umaasa, baka mag-text. Baka mag-message. Okay? Paano ko yung HR hindi masipag mag-message? Paano ko yung HR masipag magtawag? Tawag lang siya ng tawag. Ikaw naman, masipag ka rin mag-deny. So hindi mo reject ka rin na reject. Kasi ayaw mo sagutin. Takot ka, baka scam yan or whoever na hindi mo kilala. So ano recommend ko dito? Okay, simple lang. Sagutin nyo yung tawag pag hindi nyo kilala. All the more that you should answer the call, especially if you don't know the person calling you, because you never know, it might be an opportunity knocking at your door. Okay? Another thing I want to remind you here is to put all the possible means na pwede kang makontak na sa HR. Aside from mobile number, lagay mo dito yung mga social media handles nyo. Facebook, Twitter, whatever social media meron ka, lagay mo dyan. Kasi ang next ginagawa ng isang HR, normally, is after calling you, hindi ka ma-reach, we send you a message. Sometimes, sabi ko nga sa'yo, hindi nagme-message yung HR kasi tamad mag-text, no? Or whatever reason. Sabi, feeling niya siguro hindi na nag-correct yung number. Ano gagawin niya? Mag-email siya. But you don't open your email more often than you open your social media account. So, I recommend you open you put here your social media handles para pwede sila makapag-private message sa'yo. PM na lang. Hi, are you available Thursday, 10 a.m., so on and so forth. Now, you get my point. So, mas mabilis yan. No? Makakasagot kayo kagad. Okay. Another thing I want to emphasize dito is that there is a work options. Yan, pag nakita mo dito doon sa as you move along, no, may dyan work options. So dito sa work options, mamimili ka lang, parang switch lang yan eh. Yes, no switch, parang on off switch. Depende kung anong preference na gusto nyo. Example, willing to work night shift, willing to relocate, looking for OJT. Maybe later on, you'll be looking for OJT. Or willing to work overseas. Some of you wants to work outside of the country. So ano gagawin nyo? Yes or no lang yan. Ang gagawin ng system, itatry na kayo i-match sa mga possible companies na naghahanap ng kapareho ng profile nyo. Okay, now remember, hindi ko sinabi automatic tanggap na kayo. I never said that. What I'm saying lang is, it will make your life easier. Diba? It will make your life more efficient kasi mas mabilis, marami ng mga companies ang magko-contact sa inyo, mag-reach out sa inyo. O, diba? Ayos? Okay, tuloy pa natin to. Now, pagdating sa my education, obviously, lagay mo school ninyo, PUP, kung may ibang school, whether before, after stay in PUP, can also put it here. Walang limit ito sa space, pagdating sa semesters attended, pagdating sa certification. Some of you, baka meron kayong mga certification program, ilagay nyo dyan. Pagdating po sa achievement, wag mong ilimit ang achievement sa loob lang ng school. May iba sa inyo, hindi talaga kayo mahilig mag-aral, no? Kumbaga, hindi naman tayo, erase yung sinabi ko. Ibig ko sabihin is, hindi tayo lahat dito na nilalagay sa achievement yung mga pang-academic excellence lang. Kasi hindi naman tayo lahat academically inclined. Okay? Some of us are student leaders, active sa organization. Some of us hindi active sa school, pero active sa ating mga socio-civic organization. Sa labas ng school, active pala kayo. Malay ko lang, member pala kayo ng isa ka palang kagawad, example, no, member ka sa barangay nyo, ganyan. So, kung ano man yung mga pinagkakabalahan mo, you put it here. As long as you think it is an achievement, then you put it here. Okay? Na pagdating naman sa skills and languages, isa-isahin ko lang yan ha. Sa skills, wag mong ilimit ang skills nyo dyan lang sa course nyo. It doesn't mean na kung ang course mo ay engineering, alam mo lang gawin pang engineering stuff. Okay, maybe you are into culinary, mahilig ka magluto, mahilig ka magtanim sa arts and crafts. Hindi porkat ikaw ay nasa accounting, ang alam mo lang gawin mag-balance sheet, 'di ba? Baka mahilig ka rin sa IT or yung mga ibang stuff. Example, mahilig ka sa gaming, sa multimedia, sa graphic design, 'di ba? Maraming mga ibang bagay na that is part of your skills na walang connect sa course mo. So I recommend you put it here because what the company will be doing here is they'll be looking at your skills. At ikaw bilang isang aplikante, you're trying to market yourself more effectively to that prospective company. Okay? Na pagdating sa languages, ganun din. Walang limit yan. If you know other local dialect, aside from, sigurado ako dalawa na alam nyo eh. Alam mo English and Filipino or Tagalog, no, to be exact. Now, if you know other dialect, sa Bacano, Bisaya, Kapampangan, Ilonggo, lagay mo dyan. Wala limit sa space yan. Foreign languages, ganun din. Chinese, Japanese, French, Vietnamese, Korean, whatever language you know, you put it there. Okay? Now, pagdating sa references, sigurado ko yung mga references nyo, kilala nyo. Yung mga ilalagay mo dyan. Ang tanong dyan, kayo ba kilala nila? Sana all, di ba? Sana kilala kayo. Kasi madalas pag tinatawagan kayo tinatawagan namin yung mga references nyo, hindi kayo maalala. Yan. So please remind your references, ginawa nyo silang reference para at least they know what to tell about you. Okay? Yun lang naman dyan. Okay? Now, pagdating sa next kung sasabihin sa inyo, these are the things that you don't find in a typical traditional resume. Now, some of you might be reacting at this point. Sir, meron na po ako niyan. Meron na akong Word file. Meron na akong PDF file. Diba? May doc file na ako. Ginawa ko sa doc yung ang aking resume. Now, kung meron na kayo, ang gagawin mo na lang, just copy all the information from your Word file, transfer all of them here in your resume link para maging secured yung information nyo. At bakit maging secured? I'll tell you as we go along. Okay? Now, next part. Ito yung mga amazing na portion. Ito yung mga wala sa traditional na resumes natin. Let me start with the portfolio section. Ano ba tong portfolio section? Ito yung section kung saan you upload evidence of your skills. Example, ano ebidensya na graduate ka na later on? Meron kang transcript, di ba? Meron kang O iba sa inyo, nag-react, sir, meron akong toga. Di ba yung toga, hindi yan ebidensya. Okay? Meron kang diploma. O yan, ebidensya yan. Okay? Some of you, baka tanungin kayo, ano ebidensya na wala kayong criminal record? O meron kayong NBA clearance, meron kayong police clearance. Ano ebidensya na pwede ka pumunta sa ibang bansa later on? Di ba? Ano yan? Passport, visa. Diba? So these are some of the things that shows proof about what you are claiming, diba? Doon sa skills mo or kung anong meron sa iyo. So you put it here. Okay? Now at this point, alam ko yung mga iba sa nagre-react na, nag-iisip, Sir, kung lahat naman kami pare-pareho kami. Fresh graduate, wala kami experience. Lahat kami meron naman kami NBA clearance. Lahat kami nanggaling sa same school, same course, same curriculum, same OJT. Example lang, no, later on. How will I stand out compared to my other classmates or other batchmates? O, diba? Yan ang mga tanong ninyo sa sarili nyo eh. Okay. So, ito yung sagot ko. Gumawa ka ng selfie video. Okay? At ang selfie video, di na ito naiiba sa inyo ngayon because I think most of you are doing TikTok. Okay? Kung tumi-TikTok nga kayo, edi panis na panis to sa inyo. Kayang-kaya nyo gumawa ng selfie video. Only that, imbis na sumayaw ka, try to pretend that you are being interviewed by the HR. So what do? You get your smartphone, obviously, alam niyo na gagawin niyo. Get your smartphone, record the selfie video, and just say or answer basic questions that you think HR will be asking. Ano yung mga common questions? Kagaya ng, tell me something about yourself. O kaya, why should we hire you? Why do you think you are more qualified than your classmate? O yan, example. So you now answer that and you don't need to make it very long. Kahit na maiksi lang, maybe 30 seconds lang or less than 1 minute. So let me show an example para makarelate kayo. Okay, so I hope there's a sound as well na lumabas dito sa selfie video sample ko. Okay, pakinggan nyo muna.
Good day, I'm Kathleen Anes Pangilinan, 19 years old from Pasig City, and currently taking BSIT with specialization in web and mobile application at FEU Institute of Technology. You should hire me so I can obtain an entry-level position in the field of information technology, where I can utilize my knowledge and skills in the field that I am in. I am passionate, hardworking, and most of all, optimistic.
Hi, ma'am!
To know more about me, you can visit my resume link, kathleenann.jobs180.com.
Saka-screen.
Okay, what happened? So,
I don't know. Sir,
nothing's moving?
refresh na lang yung screen nyo?
You mean to say, Ma'am Jane, the entire time wala was speaking, walang gumalaw sa screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Bakit wala nag-react?
Nag-message din po ako.
Sorry, ma'am. I wasn't able to look at my phone. I didn't see the chat
sir.
here.
Opo.
I didn't check. At kayo, wala talaga nagsalita. Sandali. Let me share my screen. Sandali lang. Para tayo na sa carousel nito. Babalik tayo sa... Wait lang. Ang dami ko sinabi. Imagine everything I share.
Yes, sir.
Sandali. Okay. Kaya natin yan. Hinga lang tayo. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Balik lang ako dun sa sinara ko yung PowerPoint. Inopen ko ulit. I don't know what's happening. Because even from the start, Ma'am Jane, the
yes,
video
sir.
I played.
Opo. Since from the very beginning po, yung video nyo, wala talaga.
Okay, there.
Then your slideshow po, hindi rin talaga siya nag-move.
Okay. So, eto na, ma'am. Let me do it again.
Sabi ko nga po, baka may glitch lang talaga.
Okay. Let me now click my share screen.
Yes, sir. Can you try it now?
I'll try it again. I'll share my entire screen. Hindi. Tama ba? Hindi. Sige, I'll try diretso na dun sa PowerPoint. Ulit. Let me share it again. Ayan, ma'am.
Guys, can you, heart, muna tayo, react tayo. Give me a heart emoticon once nakikita niyo yung screen ni sir na gumagalaw. Okay, guys? Can you do that for me? Okay. So, sir, pagalawin nyo nga po. Baka naman,
Teka,
kung nagka-transfer.
Okay, I'll make it full screen. Okay, so
yes,
I'll
sir.
make it full screen.
Kung nagpapalit siya.
At kayong lahat, pambihira, all the 200 people here, wala talaga nag-react. Sabi ko pa naman kanina, mag-react kayo kung you don't hear or you don't see my slide. Anyway, ayan, gumalaw na po ba?
Sir, hindi pa rin.
Hindi pa rin, okay. I have another solution and I hope this time this will work na. I'll share my entire screen. That's what I'll do.
Okay, sir.
Okay, I'll share my entire screen. I'll keep the sound off na lang. I-off ko na yung sound. So I won't play the video na. Let me just share my entire screen. Okay.
Okay, sir, can you move the screen na po?
Okay. Can you see now nakalagay checklist?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So
Guys, pa-heart react. Heart react tayo. Sige na, tulungan natin si Sir Kim. Okay, sir, okay na raw po. Pa-move,
Okay.
sir.
Okay, I'm now moving it. I closed some of the other slides. You can see my entire screen. Hindi ko na kayo nakikita. Okay, so
Yes, sir. Yan. Okay
alright.
na, sir.
Okay.
Okay na po.
Thank you, Ma'am Jane. And thank you sa
Okay,
inyong
guys.
lahat.
Maraming salamat and welcome back, Sir Kim.
Whew, okay. Ulitin lang natin to. Okay, fast talk, parang Boy Abunda. Kanina, sinare ko sa inyo yung checklist. Okay? So ito yung checklist ng slides na yon. I wanted to say that this tool will make you stand out. This tool will allow you to store information, everything in one file na lang. You don't have to keep a lot of files. This tool will help the process become more efficient. Walang paasa-paasa na kasi pag nag-apply, mabilisan na magkakaalaman dun sa HR. Okay? Wala tong bayad, libre po ito. At pinaka-secured sa lahat ng online application platform. Okay? This is the reason why I'm sharing this tool sa inyo. Itong tool tawag ay Resume Link. By definition, it's a personalized URL. It's a link that anyone can open online anytime. Okay? So as my example, John Santos. Kung ikaw si John Santos, ang link mo or resume link mo pwede maging johnsantos.jobs180.com. Okay, ganun siya. Now, how do you make one? You just follow the 3 simple steps. Okay? The first one is to register. This is absolutely for free. Walang bayad. Ito po yung link na sinasabi kong pwede nyo i-screenshot, pwede nyong picturean or isulat nyo. Okay? That's schools.jobs180.com/PUP. Okay? From this link, you can click on register on the upper right side portion para makagawa kayo ng resume link ninyo. Now, as you do that, kung nakalimutan mo naman yung link dahil medyo mahaba ng konti, pumunta kayo sa website jobs180.com, www.jobs180.com at dito kayo mag-register. Piliin mo lang yung school ninyo, PUP. Okay? Or kung ano man campus ng PUP na nire-represent nyo. Okay. Now, as you do that, you fill in the blanks. These are basic information for you to get going. Kung wala kayong work experience, you can skip that tab. Okay, yung portion na yan, you can skip that. Kung walang work experience. Okay. So now, as you do this, important reminder ko is to start by creating your resume link. At ano ba ang basihan ng resume link? Ang basihan ng resume link natin is to create using your unique name. At ano bang unique name? Pangalan nyo is a unique name. Now, just in case lang may kapangalan kayo, example ko kanina si Ma'am Orihuela, di ba? Hindi ko malala yung first name, Angeli yata. No, anyway, kung ikaw man si John Santos at may kapangalan kang ibang John Santos, ang mangyayari doon is you have to be a little creative. You can either reverse it, baliktarin mo muna yung apelyido and pangalan, or you can do your initials. You can say J Santos, o kaya JS, o kaya Santos J. Depende sa link na gusto mong gawin. Basta huwag kayong maging OA in terms of over creative or overacting na mga pangalan, no? Huwag niyo gawin diyan yung mga tipong I am sexy and hot, sabi ko nga Barbie doll, boss pogi, because it doesn't sound and doesn't look professional when you apply to companies. Okay? Now, another reminder dito is to use a valid email. Emails like Yahoo or Gmail or any email na nabubuksan ninyo, huwag kang gagamit ng email na @facebook.com na email. Kasi pag ginamit mo yung @facebook.com na email ninyo, hindi mo na ma-receive yung mga notification na pinapadala ng mga companies, pati na rin ni jobs180.com. Now, to finish your first step, you have to verify. As a proof, ikaw nag-register, buksan mo email mo, click mo yung verification link, and you're done with the first step. Okay, and the first step is to register. Okay, that's absolutely for free. Now, moving forward to the next step, yung second step, ito yung pinaka-logical sa lahat ng step. You have to complete all the information. And how do you do that? Balik ka rin dito sa link na pinakita ko kanina. Okay, and this time around, i-picturean nyo na kung gusto nyo picturean or screenshot nyo na. schools.jobs180.com/PUP. Now, this time, hindi mo na kailangan mag-register ulit. Ang gawin mo, mag-login. Now, if ever lang nakalimutan mo na itong link na ito kasi medyo mahaba, pumunta ka lang sa jobs180.com at dito kayo ngayon mag-login. Okay, now as you log in, what do you do? Sa mga meron na nagawang resume, whether it's in a document format or Word file or whatever file you have, ang gagawin mo na lang is transfer all the information. Parang copy and paste na lang kasi meron ka na nagawa eh. Okay, just put them here. Okay, para maging secured yung data nyo. Kung bakit secured, papakita ko sa inyo maya-maya lang. No? Medyo kasi umatras tayo eh. Okay, so Maya-maya konti. Okay? So, lagay mo lang muna dito lahat. Now, another thing to emphasize dito is yung contact details nyo. Yung kinukwento ko nga kanina, kinokontak kayo ng mga HR, hindi lang sa mobile number nyo, pati na rin sa ibang paraan. Kagaya ng email, pati na rin social media account. Because I think the fastest way for an HR to contact you is through mobile number. But most of the time, applicants, they don't answer the call, especially if they don't know the person calling them. So the next alternative for an HR is to find other ways like email you or send a message via social media handles nyo. So doon tayo magpi-PM private message to invite you for possible interview or evaluation or screening. Okay? So lagay nyo dito lahat ng paraan na pwede kang makontak ng isang HR. Okay? Another thing I was emphasizing earlier is yung work options. Dito po sa system natin, meron tayong way para ma-match kayo kaagad dun sa mga profile na hinahanap ng mga companies. So it depends now on your profile that you'll be setting, one of which is the work options. So you can just choose yes or no kung anong gusto mo dyan, willing to work night shift, willing to relocate, looking for OJT, or willing to work overseas. Depende na yan no, sa gagawin nyo. Now, pinaalala ko rin sa inyo na kapag gumawa ka ng resume link, hindi ito automatic tanggap na sa trabaho. Ang gagawin lang ng system, imamatch na kayo sa mga possible companies na same profile ang hinahanap. Now, it will make your life easier and more efficient because you don't have to go through door to door, pa isa-isa, mga kumpanya para applyan. Okay? Now, some of the other details here, nasabi ko hindi ko na isa-isahin, you can read through it naman, is to put your school, okay? Kahit iba pang mga school na puntahan nyo or after your stay in PUP, baka meron pa kayong post baccalaureate later on, baka may iba pa kayong pag-aaral pa, masteral, doctorate, pwede mo yan ilagay dyan. Walang kaso. Or if you transfer to another school, it's also okay to put all these schools here. Seminars attended, walang limit sa space. Certification, walang limit sa space yan. So kahit gaano kahaba yan, pwede nyo ilagay dyan. Okay? Kung gusto mong magkopyahan sa classmate nyo sa seminars attended, pwede rin naman. Basta lang make sure alam mo pinag-usapan sa seminar. Baka mamaya kayo ay matanong dun sa interview. Kaya pag hindi nyo alam yung topic. Okay? Now, pagdating sa achievement, do not limit your achievement only inside the school. And I was telling some of you here na hindi naman kayo academically inclined, no? Yung iba sa inyo, mas proactive sa mga activities. So you can also put those activities whether inside or outside of your school. Lagay mo sa achievement yan. Now, pagdating sa skills, huwag mo ilimit ang skills dyan lang sa course nyo. Okay, kung kayo ay accounting, hindi lang yan ang alam yung gawin. Some of you might be into other things, other skills. So you can also put it here because what you're doing is you're marketing yourself more effectively to the company. Languages, ganun din. Walang limit yan sa space. Whether local, dialect, or foreign languages, you can also put it here. Okay, so put everything. Okay, lagay mo dyan. Now, pagdating sa references, make sure lang alam ng mga references nyo na ginawa nyo silang reference para at least they know what to tell about you pag tinawagan sila. Okay? Now, at this point, ito yung sinasabi kong mga pinakita ko sa inyo, more or less, alam nyo na yan. Because kung meron kayong nagawang resume, then my assumption is, alam nyo yung mga sinasabi ko sa inyo. Yung mga next kong papakita, ito yung mga amazing na portion. Ito yung mga wala sa traditional na resumes natin. Okay? Sa mga traditional format. And let me start with the portfolio section. Itong portfolio section is where you now upload evidence of your skills. So yung mga evidence na sinasabi ko kanina, example lang, you want to show that you're healthy, what do you do? Some companies will be asking for medical clearances. Diba? May iba naman mag-ask for government IDs. Some of them will be asking for maybe for NBI clearance or for other pre-employment requirements like your transcript. Diba? Ang ginagawa ng aplikante is kadalasan nag-i-email pa separately, no, sa HR. Or sometimes you have to print out a hard copy and you have to send it or bring it over to the office. This time around, wag na tayo gumastos masyado. Kaya ang importante lang naman is makita nila to for reference, and if they need to have a file, you can instantly take a screenshot or take a picture, then upload it dito sa portfolio section niyo or sa document section niyo. Okay, ganun kabilis. And just message the HR and say, "Hi ma'am, nandiyan na po lahat ng kailangan ninyo sa akin. Pag may kailangan pa na hindi ko pa nabibigay, please let me know." O di ba, ganun kasimple. It will make your life more efficient. Now, at this point, I was going to show you kanina the video, yung sabi ko selfie video, because marami mga aplikante, kadalasan, ang nire-raise nila is, how will I stand out compared to my other batchmates? Kung lahat naman kami magkaklase, lahat kami same school pinanggalingan, paano ba naman ako lalamang pa? Diba? Or paano pa ako maiiba sa aking mga classmate or batchmate? So one of the things I am recommending is that, by the way, this is already a trending thing, no? So marami na sa mga applicants right now, they are creating what we call is a selfie video. Sorry, ang selfie video, Kagaya ng nasabi ko, hindi na to bago sa inyo, lalo na sa generation niyo, sa batch niyo, because I think most of you are doing TikToks, di ba? Or if not doing TikToks, you know what a TikTok is. Okay, so it's easy, no? You get your smartphone, okay? Kung wala, manghiram sa kaibigan, okay? And then record the selfie video. You pretend that you're being interviewed by the HR. Answer common questions like, why should we hire you? Tell me something about yourself. Depende sa tingin nyo ano gusto nyo i-express dun sa HR. Pwede mo na may kwento or pakita yun. Now, if hindi lang siya about communication, kasi some of you are thinking, sir, kailangan ba mag-English ako? No, hindi naman kailangan pilitin na sarili natin na mag-English. If you're not comfortable speaking in English, then I recommend you speak in whatever dialect you're comfortable with. Ang importante dito is, let me tell you, importante is, companies normally call you para ma-evaluate ang communication skills nyo. Okay? And I would say 60-70% of the time, it's English communication, yung English language. So if you can, then speak in English. Pag hindi naman, wag nga pilitin. You can also showcase here hard skills. Example ng mga hard skills na napanood ko, how to clean computer virus, how to ano ba yun? How to use a soldering iron. Ayan. Or how to tawag yan, yung fold table napkins sa mga nasa HRM. O diba? Baka iba sila nag-iisip, sir, nasa accounting ako, anong gagawin ko? Di pakita mo paano mag-balance sheet. Debit, credit. Diba? Depende ko ano gusto gawin. Basta importante, pwede nyo i-highlight yung skills nyo. And making it more efficient because you don't have to wait for the HR to call you para lang magkaalaman. Ang gawin mo ngayon, maging proactive ka. Pakita mo na doon sa HR, anong meron mo, anong lamang mo. Diba? So let me play a video. I'm not sure if there will be a sound here, but just the same. Okay, itong video na to is for 36 seconds lang. 30 seconds lang to, pero mabilis. Nakakaalaman ka agad, 'di ba? Kung ikaw yung HR, kita mo kaagad yung kung pasado ba or hindi. Dun sa standards na hinahanap nyo. 'Di ba? Ayan. So you have an idea now. Ang maganda pa sa selfie video, pwede ka magkamali. O, 'di ba? Kung hindi mo type yung video, ano gawin mo? Delete, record another one. O, 'di ba? Hanggang sa gusto mo na yung video, yun na i-upload mo. Okay? Ayan. So last 5 seconds. See? Ganun lang kabilis yung video. Okay? And yung impact niya sobrang laki because you don't need to wait for the HR to call you. And by the time the HR calls you after watching this video, I'm telling you, you are already at the 60-70% chance na pasado ka na. Kaya ka nga tinawagan kasi nakita na nila, uy, mukhang okay to. Diba? Kasi nakita nilang malabo to, they won't waste their time as much as they don't want to waste your time as well. Okay? So, ganun yan ang reality. Okay? Now, another thing, ito, pwede na tayo bumalik sa normal pacing natin. Okay. So, at this point, another thing that you can also find in the resume link is for you to upload your profile picture. Okay, pagdating sa profile picture, hindi kailangan sobrang formal na formal. Ang importante dito, nakatingin ka sa camera. Okay, white background or plain background lang sa likod. Kahit hindi white, basta plain background lang. Kasi mamaya, white yung background mo, white yung suot mo. Ulo na lang lumulutang doon, di ba? So, hindi rin maganda tignan yon. So, okay lang naman plain background. Okay, basta nakatingin ka sa camera. Wear something decent, of course. Do not upload pictures that look like this on the right side of your screen. Hindi yan mukhang professional. Okay, dating dyan parang yung mga may selfie dyan, may mga ini-edit dyan o Photoshop. Huwag nyo gawin yan. Okay, it doesn't look professional. Now, another thing that I want to recommend pa is for you to create your cover photo. Bakit cover photo? A picture paints 1,000 words at pasintabi sa matatamaan. Hindi lahat ng aplikante, hindi lahat ng job seeker ay magaling ma-express with words. Some of us are having a difficult time expressing our thoughts and feelings into words. Hindi mo siya ma-type, hindi mo siya maisulat kasi hindi tayo sanay gawin yon. Pero pagdating sa picture, ang galing. Marami sa atin, di ba, picture lang. Gets mo kagad anong message niya, magpo-posing lang. Alam mo kagad ano yung mensahe na gusto niya iparating dun sa tumitingin ng picture niya. So look at the examples I'm showing you. Look at the one on the left. This is someone from ophthalmology, di ba? Or maybe optometrist, sabi ng iba, or eye expert. Now, in short, the one on the right side of the screen naman is showing you someone who is into maybe admin work, or someone na makalat. Yung lamesa niya makalat. So, depende kung ano gusto mo ipakita. Now, another example I'm showing you, look at this, is someone into psychology or into neurologies. O, diba? Or someone who knows left and right. Ganun lang kasimple. Now, another good example pa, itong sinasabi kong hindi ito si social climber. Okay? Hindi rin to si Akyat Bahay Gang member. This is someone who wanted to say that there is no shortcut to success. You'll be able to reach your goal by taking one step at a time. So I'm showing you good examples para you'll be guided. And I recommend you create your cover photo because some of the HR din, pag tumingin sila, you want to catch their attention immediately. So by looking at your cover photo, uy, di ba? May ganun kaagad, may impact agad. Uy, ano to? Ayan. Then they get to see when they read your details. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. O, di ba? Parang, di ba? Maintindihan na to ng HR. O, di ba? Yan yung mga sinishare ko sa inyo. Okay? Ito yung mga kakaiba. Now, when I showed you good examples, I also want to show you mga not so good examples. Ito yung mga wag nyong gagayahin. Okay, wag niyong gagayahin. Una sa lahat, wag kayong magpapaka-misteryoso. Okay, pag naglagay ka dyan, lagay mo picture mo. Hindi yung blanco yung picture, hindi yung putol yung ulo nyo. Okay, never ever do something like that because it will not look professional. Another thing that you don't do is to leave this blank. Because if you leave this blank, parang empty canvas yan eh. Parang ka nag-submit na isang, alam mo yung resume na walang laman. Walang anything, pangalan lang nakalagay doon. Ganyan itsura niyan. So it will never, ever catch the HR's attention. So never leave this blank. Make sure you put your cover photo and your profile picture there. Okay, and of course, complete the information. Now, another thing that you don't do because you want to catch attention, okay, never ever do something like this. Okay, para sa akin lang, this is just my opinion. I think this is not a good example because ang dating niya parang tamad. Parang ano to, chill-chill lang to, no? Happy-go-lucky, parang walang pakialam sa buhay. Di ba? Parang you want to send a message that's more appropriate with your position or with your skills. Yan yung recommend ko, okay, or with your personality. Wag naman sana ganito. Again, this is just my opinion. Okay, so ngayon, ano yung isang magandang example ko? Si ophthalmologist, di ba, si eye expert. Look at her example. Everything is there. Kung ikaw yung HR, baliktarin mo yung scenario, ikaw yung HR, lahat na gusto mo makita sa isang aplikante, nandito na. Pati yung mga ebidensya na nagpapatunay na siya ay isang licensed ophthalmologist. Alam talaga niya yung ginagawa niya kasi when you look at the profile and the portfolio, you see everything there. Now at this point, alam ko may iba sa inyo nag-iisip na. Medyo advanced iba sa inyo mag-isip eh. Sir, pagka ginawa ko ba to? Yung mga information ko ba nakakalat na sa buong mundo? Baka naman pag naglagay ako ng mga resume link ko, yung mga details na yan, yung mga details ko nakalantad na sa buong internet. The answer is no. Kaya nga to tinawag na the most secured resume platform. Diba? Because you control your privacy settings 100%. When I say you, ikaw as an account user, as an account holder, ikaw ang merong control kung anong information ilalabas mo o itatago mo sa public. And how do you do that? Okay, all eyes na, all eyes, all ears here. Ang gawin nyo is when you log in, okay, when you log into your Jobs on AT dashboard, meron doon settings. Pag-click mo ng settings, pumunta ka sa privacy settings. Now, doon sa privacy settings, what do you do next? You choose the information that you want to show or hide in public. So example na lang para makarelate kayo. If you don't want to show your birthday, what do? You turn it off. If you don't want to show your address, what do? You turn it off. If you don't want to show your references, what do? You turn it off. Okay? At ang maganda dyan, real-time update yan. When I say real-time, halimbawa lang, bukas makalawa, na-realize mo, ay, sige, pakita ko na birthday ko, baka batiin pa ako ng HR. O di turn on mo, save mo yung profile mo. Pag in-update mo, ano mangyari? Lahat ng binigyan mo ng resume link, naka-up na yung birthday mo. Maybe 1 week from now, na-realize mo, sige, lagay ko na rin yung address ko para makita ko ng company. Baka makonsider ako kasi malapit lang yung company dun sa saan ka nakatira. Diba? So you turn it on and then you update your profile. So lahat na binigyan mo ng resume link, bubukas na rin yung kanilang address. Address mo sa kanila. Makikita nila address mo. Okay? So, and that goes with all dagdag bawas. Kung meron kang i-on, i-off, basta update mo yung profile mo, real-time update yan. O diba? Amazing? O yan. Diba? So hindi mo na kailangan pupunta sa kumpanya para sabihin, ma'am, ito yung updated resume ko. Ma'am, ito yung pinakabago kong information. Wala lang ganyan. So you just have to control it on your end. Okay? Now, another thing I want to emphasize dito, yung mga reminders sa mga late dumating, catch up na lang kayo kasi inulit ko na to for some parts. Medyo nag-playback na tayo ng konti. No, we're going to the last step na. So, reminders lang. Okay? Make sure that your profile is interesting. You're able to catch the HR's attention. Kasi pag hindi mo na-catch yung attention ng HR, I'm telling you, next na yan. Next applicant na yan. Okay? Pag na-catch mo attention, ano next mangyayari? Pag na-catch mo attention, titignan niya yung details mo. That's why it's very important to complete all the information, especially your contact details. Dapat kumpleto lahat, updated na details niyo. Okay? Lalo na yung phone number niyo. Contact details niyo para makontak ka agad. Okay? So, let's go to the last step. Now, before we go to the last step, recap lang, ano yung first step? First step is to register. Walang bayad, libre po yan. Second step is for you to complete all the information. Yan ang pinaka-logical sa lahat. And the last step right now is to submit your information to companies. Diba? Paano ka ngayon magsasubmit sa mga companies? Ayan. O, paano ka mag-a-apply? Ayan, ito na. Kwento ko na sa inyo. Una, pumunta ka sa link na pinakita ko kanina, and this is the last time I'm showing this. So if you're going to take a screenshot, please do it now. Okay, or write it down. Okay, schools.jobs180.com/PUP. On this page, okay, ano gagawin mo? Pwede mo tignan dito yung mga companies na naka-advertise. Most of the companies here are partners of PUP. Okay, industry partners sila. So pwede ka tumingin dyan. Shopping. Pwede mo makita dyan yung mga for internship, for fresh grad opportunities. You can check them out. Okay? Another thing you can do is go to our website. Punta ka sa website ni Jobs on 80 at dito ka ngayon maghanap ng mga companies. Now, paalala ko lang, while I'm showing you this slide, one of the unique feature ng resume link is that hindi siya searchable. Okay? So, ano example ko? Halimbawa, ikaw si Joseph. Okay, example lang, whoever is, kung may Joseph dito, then shout out to Joseph. Kung may nakikinig na Joseph. If you're Joseph, if I type your name sa Facebook, I type Joseph, perhaps I'll end up with a few thousand or a few 100,000 Joseph. Diba? Kung ikaw si Anna, malamang I'll end up with a few 100,000 Anna. Baka lang. Okay? If you go to jobs180.com, may search bar doon. Pero yung search bar na yon, hindi siya searchable para sa resume link. Yung resume link yung hindi searchable. Okay? Ang searchable lang dyan is company name, location, saka position title. Unless may company pangalan, Joseph Company, or mayroong position title na nakalagay Anna, na that's the only time lalabas ang Anna at ang Joseph. Pero ang resume link nyo, never magiging searchable pag pumunta ka sa jobs180.com. Okay? So, yan ang isang kakaiba dito sa resume link. Now, what do you do next? Pag pumunta ka sa website ni Jobs on 80, you can try to search for companies there. Okay, you can browse around, you can shop around. Okay? Marami pong mga iba-ibang companies na na-invite din si PUP, si Ma'am Jane earlier. So you can also check them out here. Okay? Kung nandyan sila, dyan nandyan. Pag wala sila, din wala. Diba? So just to name them, shout out ako sa FactSet. Diba? You also have their Concentrix, our dear JP. I think si Sir JP nagtalk kanina. And then we also have from PricewaterhouseCoopers, diba? Sa PwC. Check them out. Pag nandyan, edi nandyan. Pag wala, sabi ko nga, wala. Huwag natin pilitin. Okay? Now, if ever lang you see them there, what do? You can now submit your resume link directly to the company that you are applying to, regardless if you are qualified or not. Ulitin ko yung sinabi ko when you see an opportunity, when you see a company that you want to be a part of, regardless if you're qualified or not, ang recommend ko, bigay mo resume link mo today. As in, now na, today. Okay? Pag nakalagay doon, we're looking for someone with 5 years experience. Obviously, wala ka pang 5 years experience kasi nag-aaral ka pa ngayon. Submit mo pa rin resume link mo ngayon. Bakit? Because I'm sure when you submit your resume link today, 5 years from now, example lang, graduate ka this year, 2022. 5 years from now, which is 2027, meron ka ng 5 years of experience. Okay? And by that time, you never know, as you update lang your profile, yung resume link mo, lahat ng meron ng resume link mo, lalo na yung company na plan mo, ma-update na rin sila ng information mo. So pwede ka na nila ma-consider dun sa position in-applyan mo. Yun nga lang, 5 years from now. O diba? You never know. Or maybe within the 5 years time, you don't have to wait till 5 years. Baka may ibang opportunity na pasok na dun sa company. Another thing that you can do, in case lang you didn't see the company that you're looking for, dito sa Jobs on 80, a lot of you send an email. Diba? Para tayo mag-email sa mga kumpanya. Madalas, gagawin mo, Dear HR Manager, I'd like to apply to your company and this is my resume. What do you do next? You attach your resume, yung file nyo, doc file, PDF file, whatever file. Recommend ko, wag ka na mag-attach ng any file. You still write the email. Halimbawa lang, you want to send to PricewaterhouseCoopers, or you want to send to FactSet, you want to send to Concentrix. Ano gagawin mo? Email ka pa rin. Dear Sir JP, I'd like to apply to your company. This is my resume. Then you just write there your resume link. My resume link is, example lang, antoniojuandela.cruz.jobson80.com. I hope to refer mo soon. Thank you. Send. Tapos na. Ganun lang. Bakit ko yan nire-recommend? Una sa lahat, wala nang attachment, wala nang pabalik-balik. Kasi kung nag-attach ka ng resume mo, ng Word file or PDF file, what happens next? Paano kung may papalitan kang number? Paano kung may papalitan kang details? Kasi nagkaroon ka ng award, nagkaroon ka ng achievement or whatever, promotion sa trabaho nyo later on. Then you have to send another resume to the HR and say, Dear Sir JP, I'm sending you again my updated resume. Diba? Paano kung later on, meron ka na naman bagong achievement, dilipat ka na address, bago na bahay mo, bago na number mo, anong mangyari? Update ka na naman. Dear Sir JP, I'm sending you my updated, most recent resume. Hindi pa nakapagod yan? Kung hindi ka napapagod dyan sa kaka-update, kami mga HR, napapagod din kami sa keeping track to keep track sino dyan yung pinaka-updated na profile nyo. So I don't recommend that you do that. Instead, you just update everything inside your resume link, and I'm sure updated real time yan eh. So lahat na merong resume link mo from one point in time, updated na rin sila. Depende na nga lang yan sa privacy settings mo. Okay? Ayos. O, tuloy pa natin. Okay, some of you would like to have a printed copy. Kasi face-to-face na later on, mag-a-apply. Kailangan bit-bit ang ating resume para mas kampante tayo. Ito ang good news. Pwede mo i-print ang resume link mo. You can print it at gagawin na system, ito-try niya compress everything into one page. So pwede siya maging 1 column or 2 column version. But either way, the system will try to compress everything into one page para tipid, no? Maginhawa sa bulsa. If you're going to spend for printing, then might as well spend less for printing. Now, if you want to really to save, no? If you want to save your money for printing, there's another option. Ito gawin nyo. Gumawa ka na tinatawag na resume link card. Malit lang. Okay? Ba't ko nire-recommend? For 2 reasons. Una, tipid. Imagine mo, isang papel, long bond paper, short bond paper, ilan magagawa mong resume link card? Malamang mga 10 or 20. Depende sa laki ng size ng card mo. Diba? Pero kung traditional resume yan, isang printout lang, isa. So mas magastos. Ito, 10 kaagad. Diba? Okay. Second reason why I recommend you use the resume link card is because of the security feature ng resume link. Imagine nyo, nagbigay ka ng resume na traditional format, long bond or short bond paper, isang buong resume. Sinabit mo sa kumpanya. And for whatever reason, nilipad ng hangin. Hindi mo kasalanan yan. Kasalanan ng hangin. Di ba? Nilipad eh. Pag nilipad ng hangin ngayon yung resume mo, may nakapulot. Kung sino man nakapulot na yan, alam niya buong detalye mo. Tama? Alam niya everything. So, hindi ka niya kilala, hindi mo siya kilala, pero nakita niya buong information mo kasi napulot niya yung resume mo. Compared to your resume link card, liparin man ng hangin yan, okay, liparin man, kung sino man makapulot niyan, okay lang. You have peace of mind. Why? Because you control your privacy settings. And it's up to you now to put whatever information you want to put in that small piece of resume link card. If you don't want to put your address there, if you don't want to put your number there, it's okay. Just put there your name and your resume link. That's it, because you control your privacy settings real time. Okay? Ayan. So, ano na lang to, konting recap na lang just to show you some pictures of how the resume link is being used in the actual job fair. I took a picture before, naghingi yung resume, yung HR, sabi niya, are you applying? Yes, ma'am, I'm applying. Do you have a resume? Yes po, ma'am. Here's my resume. Inabot niya yung kanyang resume link card. Malit na lang. At sigurado rin ako yung mga company na applyan nyo, mabubuksan niya yung resume link card nyo. Just in case you're asking, no? Mabubuksan kaya nila yan? Makikita kaya nila yung information ko? Ang sagot dyan, yes. Okay? Kasi sa tingin ko, lahat ng kumpanya ngayon meron ng internet connection. At kung sakali lang may kumpanya na walang internet connection, sa tingin ko lang din, in my opinion lang, sa tingin ko hindi na kayo mag-a-apply sa kumpanyang yon. Imagine, with this day and age, wala silang internet, mukhang may problema. Okay? Mukhang may something na nakakaiba doon sa kumpanya. Bakit ganon? Okay? So again, I'm just sharing my opinion. So you can share your resume link in whatever platform you're using. If you're using your Android, Safari, Google Chrome, Firefox, any device, laptop, gadget mo, tablet mo, cellphone, anything. Sa mga walang gadget, huwag kayong malungkot. Baka naman gawin nyo akong dahilan para magpabili sa parents nyo. Sabihin nyo, Mami, Daddy, kailangan ko ng gadget. Sabi kasi ng speaker namin para maka-apply ako. Hindi rin po yan tama. Okay? Ito yung isang magandang aspect sa resume link. You can use your resume link kahit na ballpen lang ang hawak mo. Sulat mo lang dun sa papel ng ina-applyan mong kumpanya yung kanyang application form. Diba? Yung application form mo, sa registration form niya. Just put there your resume link. Parang mga contact tracing sa mga malls. Diba? They just write it down. Write your resume link there. Wala ka na ibang lalagay. Huwag mo nalagay phone number mo, huwag mo nalagay email mo, huwag mo nalagay everything. Just put your resume link. And when the HR opens your resume link, they will see your information subject to your privacy settings kung anong ipapakita mo. Diba? Ayos? Ayos, diba? Okay, so checklist na lang, no? Recap na lang to. Checklist. Let's go back to the checklist. Are you using the right tool? For me, the resume link is, I think, the right tool. It's very appropriate with this day and age. Lalo na naka-virtual platform right now. Because you control your privacy settings. Yan yung unang-una. Ikaw may ultimate control ng privacy settings mo. Tapos real-time update yan. Ikaw may control pa rin. Second, speed of hire becomes faster. Because whatever information you need to send or you need the HR needs from you, you can easily attach it in the document or portfolio section. Tapos dagdag bawas yan. Sinubmit mo ngayon, pasado ka na after 1 week, na-hire ka na after 2 weeks, pwede mo na ngayon tanggalin. Ikaw bahala, di ba? Kasi controlled mo yan eh. Now, flexibility is in the sense that if you need to have a printed copy, pwede ka magkaroon ng printed copy. The system will try to compress everything into one page, whether one column or two column version. Ikaw pa rin may control niyan, no? As you go to your dashboard. Now, in terms of cost efficiency, wala tong bayad. Libre po ang resume link. Sa mga piloso po sa inyo na nag-isasabi, sir, kailangan ko ng data, kailangan ko ng internet. Yes, I agree. No? So try to be resourceful. Baka may libreng wifi. Diba? Makiconnect lang tayo sa mga libreng wifi. Gumawa ng resume link. Then, walang bayad. Libre po yan. Okay? So, ano pa ba share ko? Ayan, marami pa ibang paraan para magamit itong resume link. You don't need your USBs anymore. You don't need to save your resume sa hard drive. Baka mawala pa yan. Baka mamroblema ka pa pag sinaksak mo sa mga public computers. Some of the computers out there, they capture immediately all the information inside your USB or hard drive. And believe me, that's happening. Maraming ganyan. Diba? So this time, you don't need to worry. Cloud-based yan. Login ID lang yung password. Ikaw may alam. Okay, you can share this to whatever platform you want to share it to. Gusto mo i-send sa text, gusto mo i-send sa Viber, sa Messenger, ikaw bahala. Okay? Kasi ikaw may control sino bibigyan mo ng resume link. And you don't need to save it sa iba-ibang mga file platform. Lahat ito compatible. Whatever version you're using, yung smartphones nyo, lahat yan pwede. Okay? So, at this point, shout out lang ako sa lahat ng school partners natin. By the grace of God, meron na kaming more than 400 plus colleges and university partners nationwide. This is from the north all the way to the south. Okay, recently lang we just had a new partnership with Kalinga State University. So nagulat nga ako, Kalinga State. Never did I imagine na nandun na sila, isang tumbling na lang daw, Taiwan na. Kasi parang nagbibiro sila. Yung station nila mas marami parang Taiwanese channel kaysa sa Filipino channel, no? So anyway, I'm just saying lang, from north all the way to south, including your alma mater sa PUP. So kami po ay nagpapasalamat kay Engineer Flor Oquindo, kay Ma'am Jane Pulma, sa lahat po ng bumubuo na programa na ito. Thank you for always inviting us and sharing this and for us to educate your students about this tool. Now, it doesn't end here. Sa mga nakikinig po, kayong mga estudyante, kung meron kayong kamag-anak or ibang mga kaibigan na sa tingin nyo would also help them for this, this tool would also help them, please share this to them. Okay? Be a blessing to others as well. Okay? Now, to finish my talk lang, I have some frequently asked questions na itatanong ko na, i-share ko na. Kasi may iba sa inyo nahiya magtanong eh. Ito yung mga common questions sa akin parating ng mga audience. Ang unang tanong, can I give my resume link to companies who don't know about jobson80.com? Pwede ko ba ito ibigay sa mga kumpanya hindi naman kilala yung Jobson80? Okay? Ang sagot dyan, yes. Definitely yes. For as long as alam nila eksaktong link mo. They have to know your exact link for them to be able to open it and just have to type it lang sa browser. Type nila sa browser, Google Chrome, Firefox, Android, Safari, whatever browser they are using. They can see your information. And those information are subject to your privacy settings. Second question, pareho ba si jobs180.com sa ibang mga job site kagaya ng JobStreet, LinkedIn, or any other job site? The answer is no. May dalawang pagkakaiba. Ito yung dalawang major differences. Okay? Para lang makarelate kayo, let me use JobStreet as an example. With respect to JobStreet, being, sabi nga, the number one job site. So, example lang yan si JobStreet. If you have a JobStreet resume, pwede mo lang siya gamitin sa mga kumpanya na gumagamit din ng JobStreet. Pag yung kumpanyang ina-applyan mo, hindi gumagamit ng JobStreet, hindi mo na pwede gamitin yung JobStreet resume mo. With your resume link, pwede mo to gamitin kahit na kanino. Kahit na yung kumpanya hindi kilala si Jobson80, kahit yung kumpanya hindi gumagamit ng whatever platform, basta alam niya eksaktong link mo, pwede niya makita yung information niyo, subject to your privacy settings. Second differences. Ito yung second difference pala. Ito yung pangalawang pagkakaiba natin sa ibang mga site. Ang pangalawang pagkakaiba is controlled mo ang information mo real time. Meaning to say, if you're using JobStreet as an example, no, yung kanilang resume, pag nag-apply ka sa isang kumpanya, wala ka na pwedeng baguhin doon. At least within 30-day period, hindi mo pwede baguhin. Wala kang pwede ma-edit doon sa kumpanya nyo kasi nasubmit mo na eh. Okay? With your resume link, pwede mo ito palit-palitin anytime, real time. Sinubmit mo today, gusto mo mamaya later on, 2 minutes later, palitan mo yung data mo, update mo real time, pwede yan. Okay? At ang maganda pa is pwede ka rin mag-withdraw ng application mo just in case you change your mind after applying to a company and you decided to withdraw. Hindi mo kailangan pumunta sa kumpanya para sabihin, ma'am, sir, pwede ka bang kunin yung resume na sinubmit ko sa inyo? Hindi mo na kailangan gawin yan. All you need to do within your dashboard is to withdraw. With the click of a button, withdraw your application dun sa company na yon. Okay? Third question is, I think, the easiest question. Can I keep my information secured? I hope by this time, after spending much minutes, and I did my playback na the first portion, I hope na convince ko na kayo na ito na ang pinaka-secured na platform, especially in terms of keeping your personal details. Yan ang design talaga ng resume link, is to ensure your security, yung information security nyo. Okay? Number 4 question is the most important question. Gaano kadalas dapat nag-update ng resume link? How often? The answer here is every time na meron kayong babaguhin. Hindi ka lang every day, hindi ka lang every week or every month. Hindi rin siya every year. Ang importante every time na meron kayong babaguhin, lalo na yung contact details nyo. Kasi imagine mo, lahat ng profile mo binago mo. Pero yung contact details hindi mo binago. Paano kung makakontakt ng HR? Diba? Hindi wala rin. So you have to make sure that yung contact details mo updated yan. Kaya pag tinawagan ka, pag tinext ka, pag minessage ka, you can easily respond. Okay? The last question is just a trivia. Trivia lang ito. Trivia. Bakit siya tinawag na jobs180.com? Why is this called jobs180.com? The reason is because we want to turn your life around 180 degrees. Hindi sa 360 sa mga kumukontra sa inyo. Bakit hindi 360 kung turn around? Kasi kung 360 ang ginawa mo, bumalik ka lang kung saan ka galing. Kung traditional ka, after doing your 360, bumalik ka lang sa pagiging traditional. Wala nagbago sa buhay mo. Ganun pa rin eh. Ikot ka lang na ikot. Pero pag ginawa mo yung 180, it is a straight line. Diba? It's a straight line towards your career goal. So that is Jobs 180 for you. Okay, just in case meron pa kayong questions, meron kayong suggestions or anything, comments, nahiya kayo magtanong, okay, feel free to send us dito sa info@jobs180.com. You can like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter and Instagram para kayo ay maka-receive ng mga latest trends in recruitment. Okay? Ako po si Kim Chu Wa. Don't forget yung Wa. Okay, nagsasabing be safe at isang magandang umaga sa inyo lahat. Kung meron kayong questions, this is the time for our open forum. Thank you.
Okay, maraming salamat Sir Kim with an A.
With an A.
Chua.
Chua. Ayan.
Okay, so sir, may tanong si Kent Hidalgo. Kent, gusto mo bang maki-interact kay Sir Kim?
Sure, sige po.
Okay, sige lang.
Sir, about po sa resume card, it seems interesting po, but I think it's only used in foreign countries lang. Pero ang question ko lang is it now adaptable here in the Philippines where you can like apply walk-ins on a certain job?
Okay. You're referring to resume link card, 'di ba, Sir Keith? Yung imagine nyo, ang papel mo, yung traditional resume mo, pinaliit mo. Okay? Imagine mo ganun. And in that small piece of paper, your resume link card would contain information that you want to share lang. Example, kung sa business 'yan, we call it business cards, 'di ba? Yung mga binibigay sa kumpanya.
Right.
Ano nakalagay diyan? Kadalasan nilalagay natin diyan yung information na gusto natin malaman nung binibigyan natin. So this time, ang recommend ko para sa resume link card is that you put there your name and your resume link. Those are the two important items lang. Kahit walang phone number, kahit walang email address, kasi kayo ang may prerogative kung anong privacy settings lalagay mo dun sa resume link mo. So that's what you give now to the companies. And I'd also like to correct you din dun sa sabi mo sa foreign countries na to ginagamit. This is widely used na since 2014. Now we've had, especially coming from our school partners, pag nagkakaroon ng job fair, doon sila nagsisimula mag-educate ng mga companies. Now, some of you might be asking, tuloy-tuloy na yung tong discussion natin. Some of the companies, some of you kasi might be thinking, alam na ba to ng mga kumpanya? Diba? Yan yung mga follow-up question kadalasan. Alam na ba to ng mga kumpanya tong resume link card na ito or yung resume link? Now, in that scenario, I cannot say that 100% alam ito ng companies because admittedly, may iba pa rin mga company never nila na-encounter. First time nila ito ma-encounter kapag nagbigay kayo or may isang aplikante na nag-abot sa kanila ng resume link card or ng resume link. Now, the important thing here is to explain to them lang or to tell them lang politely. Kaya hindi yung tipong pa nag-abot ka ng resume link card. Do you have a resume, sir? Ma'am, meron po. Ito po resume link card ko. Ano yan? Tapos sasagutin mo, ha? Hindi mo to alam? Hindi ka in. O, di ba? Siyempre, di ba? Bastusan yun. It depends on how you would react and how you explain to them politely. Now, I've seen this tool work for a lot of companies and companies would also appreciate that. Imagine na lang, sa batch ninyo, ilang kayo graduate. Let me just put a hypothetical number. You have 1,000 students, example, graduating from your batch. If each one of you will be submitting a traditional hard copy no, yung long bond paper, and just considering 1 page lang yan, that company will be bringing back to their office 1,000. Diba? So that's 2 reams. Kasi 1 ream is 500 sheets eh. Diba? So that's 2 reams. Bibit-bitin niya yan. Bibit-bitin niya papunta sa opisina. Compared to resume link cards, mas maliit na. Kahit bit-bit niya 1,000 pieces na resume link card, mas magaan. Now, the practicality of the resume link is that they don't have to bit-bit anything. I mean, pardon, may Taglish siya. They don't have to bring anything. Wala silang bibit-bitin. Kasi nga, they all need to do lang is just type in your resume link, di ba? Put it in an Excel file or kung saan man, kung sinabit mo na sa kanila, then all they need to do lang is just remember lang your resume link or nakasave siya dun sa phone book nila or kung saan man, sa notepad. And then when they go to their respective offices, they just have to click on it. They open your profile. Same objective, pero mas efficient. Diba? So yan yon. So, ngayon marami ng mga companies alam na tong resume link because they've witnessed this being used across different schools, diba? Kasi pag pumunta sila sa iba-ibang mga school tapos ganun ang binibigay sa kanila, ay alam ko na yan. Diba? Hindi naman ito yung parang first time inabot, second time inabot, ano pa rin yan, tapos pang 5 beses na ano pa rin yan, diba? Kahit naman tayo, diba? Ano to, first time. Pero second time, ay alam ko na yan. Third time, alam ko na yan. O, diba? Next time, hinihingi na nila sa mga aplikante, do you have a resume link? Kasi mas mabilis, mas efficient. Okay? So I hope na-answer ko yung tanong mo, Sir Keith.
Ako, sir. Of course, sir. Na-answer ko talaga.
Yan.
Thank you, sir. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ken. Thank you rin, Sir Kim. So, okay, guys, may tanong pa po ba kay Sir Kim?
Tanong na kayo kasi parang auction lang yan, limited time. Pag natapos sa auction natin, wala na.
Alam ko medyo gutom na lahat kayo, pero guys, may tanong po ba kayo sa preparation natin ng resume link? Okay, kung wala ng tanong, can you give Sir Kim a heart reaction?
Thank you.
Okay. Dumadami siya.
Dumadami na,
Sir
malapit
Kim,
na Valentine's.
So mukhang maliwanag pa sa sikat ng araw ang discussion mo about resume link, and at the same time, wait lang po, check natin sa Facebook kung meron din tayong questions. Okay, sir, sabi ng technical team natin po, wala raw pong question. So mukhang maliwanag pa talaga sa sikat ng araw. So again, Sir Kim with an A. Thank you for being with us today, and thank you for gracing the Alumni Relation and Career Development Office 2022 Career Development Office webinar, and I hope to see you again on our next scheduled webinar. So guys, I hope may natutunan lahat sa ating session. We'll be continuing this session later po, 1 o'clock. So I hope you enjoy your lunch, and later meron tayong speaker, dalawang industry. We do have Foxit and Concentrix as well for the topic personal goal setting and personality branding for employment. I hope to see you guys po later. So again, in behalf of the Alumni Relation and Career Development Office, I'm Professor Jane S. Fulma, signing off, and arigato gozaimashita. Thank you, Sir Kim, and thank you, industry sponsor, for gracing us and giving our student your expertise and knowledge about resume writing, personality assessment, career and accounting for the PWC, and personal goal setting for FACSIT. So again, guys, maraming salamat. College of Education, College of Arts and Letters, College of Accountancy and Finance. Maraming salamat to the Dean and Chairperson of this department and colleges. Maraming salamat po sa pagbibigay niyo ng opportunity at time para isa ng ating mga estudyante on this career development webinar. I hope that all of you learn from this webinar. Maraming salamat, and I hope to see you again. So before we end, let me play the PUP hymn. Again, Sir Kim, maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ang
Communication ang guest host ngayong episode.
Wow! So, kumusta ka naman?
Okay naman. Syempre masaya ako nakasama ko kayo.
Oo nga, kami rin guys, kasi matagal-tagal rin tayo, di ba? Nagkaroon ng break. So, guys, we miss you so much.
Tama, oo. Alam niyo mga schoolmates, kahit nawala kami, babalik at babalik pa rin kami para sa inyo, para magbigay ng impormasyon at entertainment, di ba? Siyempre.
Oo, taray. Servisyo totoo talaga.
Oo naman, kasi nga sabi nila, there's always a rainbow after the rain. Parang ngayon lang, di ba?
Speaking of rainbow.
Ay! Wow! Uy! Ang galing naman yun.
Celebrate daw tayo ngayong September.
Ano yun?
Gusto mong malaman?
Oo.
Panoorin natin.
Ay, ang galing nito nga.
Sa puntaw na matapos masungkit ng PUP ang record na largest human rainbow sa Guinness Book of World Records, ngunit wala pa rin nakakapantay dito. At simula noon ay matagumpay nating naipakita sa buong mundo ang tatag at tibay ng ating sintapaaralan. At yan ang ating tatalakayin ngayon sa episode ng Ang Hit featuring The Human Rainbow.
Bawat uri ng human rainbow ay tumakatawan para sa iba't ibang galing ng mga estudyante sa Pilipino. Parang unity. Kasi hindi naman mubo yun. Walang unity ng bawat isa. Parang pinapakita pa rin ng PUPians na nagkakaisa tayo sa isang symbolism na which is the rainbow.
Magkakaisa ng mga tao.
Sa isang pambihirang pagkakataon, nagsama-sama noong September 18, 2004 sa Green Branch at mahigit 30,000 estudyante, guro, empleyado at alumni ng PUP upang buuin ang pinakamalaking human rainbow sa kasaysayan. Suot ang mga t-shirt at sombrerong nagbigay ng kulay sa human rainbow, nagsama-sama ang buong PUP community upang basagin ang titulong dating hawak ng Malta Archipelago na nilahukan ng naging 1,750 katao noong 2003. Ito ay bahagi ng pagdiriwang ng ikasandaang anibersaryo ng PUP na may temang PUP, kabalikat ng pamahalaan sa pag-angat ng antas ng kabuhayan ng mamamayan. Ang Human Rainbow ay naglalayong baguhin ang imahe ng PUP at tulungang maiparating sa gobyerno ang mga problema ng ating bansa sa pamamagitan ng pagsasama-sama at pagkakaisa tulad ng mga kulay sa rainbow. 10 years na pala, no?
Isang dekada na.
Sabihin na 10 years na di pala tayo nasa Guinness Book of World Records, diba?
Iba talaga pag PUP.
Oo, sa pag-PUP yan, magaling. Isang patunay niyan. No CPA licensure exam noong July. Kasama ang PUP sa top 10.
Meron na naman?
Yes! Diba, after mo, nagkaroon ng pagkakasunod. Ngayon, top 7 tsaka top 9, di ba? Sobrang
Congrats
galing.
po!
Pero alam niyo ba kung paano nila achieve yan?
Oo nga.
Paano?
Paano di ba na-achieve?
Grabe, hindi naman ako
Panoorin natin siya sa PUP yan!
Ako si Ken Lester Guillen, graduate ng BS Accountancy sa PUP Manila, batch May 2013. Katulad din ng mga iba, nag-solve, nag-practice, nagbasa. Ganun lang naman yun eh. Alam ko lang na mataas yung scores ko doon sa board exam na yun. Kasi mararamdaman mo ng pag-exam, kilala mo naman yung sarili mo, ikaw na nakakakilala nun. Pero kung magtatap ako, hindi ako sigurado, hindi ko yun sure. Kasi syempre, di ba, madami kayo eh, hindi mo kilala kung sino yung mga kasabay mo eh. Mas maganda pala yung bago mag-board exam, makapagkwentuhan ka muna. Kasi pag mag-isa ka lang, makakaisip ka ng kung ano ng bagay. Mag-enjoy ka lang. Parang magkaroon ka kasi ng advocacy sa buhay mo. Ano bang gusto mong gawin? Ano bang pangarap mo? Nagpapasalamat talaga ako sa PUP. Dahil yung PUP, prepare niya kami, hindi lang para sa board exam, kundi para sa totoong buhay. Yung mga hirap ng exams, yung mga hirap ng mga pinapagawa ng prof, nakatulong yun sa amin bilang tao, hindi lang para sa board exam. Siyempre, pangalawa, yung pamilya ko. Nandiyan sila, sinusuportahan nila ako. Siyempre, yung gastos, di ba, kailangan yun eh. Tapos, pangatlo, mga kaibigan. Siyempre, sipang mo mga kasama, yung mga kabatch mo, kaibigan. Kayo lang naman magtutulungan hanggang sa huli eh. Ako si Ken Lester Guillen, isang PUP yan.
Tingnan mo si Kesa, ano kayong ginagawa mo? Kesa!
Huwag kayo magulo, nag-review ka para sa licensure exam ko.
Licensure exam? Eh, wala naman licensure exam yung course mo.
Ano?
Walang licensure exam yung course mo.
Paano maka-inspire sa PUP kung wala akong exam? Gusto ko mag-top din.
Ano pa naman, hindi lang naman yun yung way para
maraming
maka-inspire ka
ways.
ng schoolmates natin.
Oo, paano pa?
Dapat nga thankful ka, di mo na kailangan magsunog ng kilay. Ganda para
Dapat
nakakilay
thankful
mo.
ka, di ba? Kasi walang licensure exam sa course mo.
Oo nga.
Pero alam mo yung thankful talaga ako. Speaking of thankful, kinakalag ko din, kakalabanin kita, alam mo yan. Ngayong September, atin sineselebrate ang World Gratitude Day. Kaya nga naman, sa kasabi, ang tanong ko sa mga schoolmates natin, ano ba ang pinagpapasalamat ninyo? Gano'n na, ano ba ang makakaya?
Ano nga kaya?
Ay, panoorin natin.
Gusto mo malaman eh, tara.
Hi, schoolmates! Naalala niyo pa ba ako? Salamat. So,